He's coming to the
Yep.
desk.
All right, good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a public hearing of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 20th, 2024 at 5:35 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this hearing. The hearing is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on Channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. So welcome and thank you so much for joining us. So next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This time allows speakers to comment publicly pertaining to the 24-25 proposed for adoption general fund, food service, and debt services budgets. Today we have no callers who signed up to speak in person, and we have 2 who left a recorded message. So we will now move to listening to the recorded messages.
Hello, my name is Ben Sutterby. I'm a resident of District 1 with a nephew who attends school in District 3, and I'm really proud of AIC. Y'all are doing a wonderful job, and I'm calling regarding the proposed tax rate of 0.9287 per $100 of value. I think it's very reasonable. Yes, please do put it to the voters. I will support it gladly. That is less than what it was in 2022. It's, again, a very reasonable amount, and we need to support our public schools. We need to fund our public schools and especially take care of the workers who do such an amazing job there educating young minds in our community. Again, I think this is a reasonable amount, especially given that it's, basically an average of what it was of the rates in 2022 and 2023 if you average those out. So yes, please do this so that you can, so we can approve it and you can have a little more breathing room to fairly compensate the folks who do such amazing work at AISD. Thank you.
Llamo para pedir que la Junta Directiva considere un aumento para los terapeutas del habla. Los terapeutas del habla desempeñan muchas funciones en el distrito. Evaluamos a estudiantes, manejamos casos, dirigimos reuniones de ARD, creamos IEPs y proporcionamos servicios de terapia del habla. Trabajamos consistentemente como un departamento para cumplir con todos los plazos. Actualmente, las terapeutas del habla en AISD se le pagan menos que a los distritos secundantes. Pido que la Junta Directiva, por favor, incluya un aumento para los terapeutas del habla en el presupuesto para el próximo año. Gracias.
I am calling to request that the board consider a raise for speech therapists. Speech therapists perform different functions in the district. We evaluate students, manage cases, lead ARD meetings, create IEPs, and provide speech therapy services. We constantly work as a department to meet all the deadlines. Currently, speech therapists in AISD are paid less than those in surrounding districts. I ask the board to please include a raise for speech therapists in next year's budget. Thank you.
All right, so this concludes our public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Okay. Thank you, trustees. So as a reminder to the public, please feel free to share any general comments or questions on non-voting items with the board by email at trustees@austinisd.org. Next, we have a presentation on the 24-25 proposed for adoption general fund, food service, and debt service budgets. Following our hearing, the board is scheduled to vote on the 24-25 budget tonight during our regular voting meeting. I know Ed Ramos and your team have worked so hard, and you're probably so ready for tonight to be done, so thank you. Mr. Segura, would you please introduce the item?
I'd love to. Thank you, President Singh, Board of Trustees. I'd like to ask Ed Ramos, our Chief Financial Officer, to join us, which he already has, to take us through the presentation.
All right. Thank you. President Singh, Superintendent Segura, members of the board. Tonight, we are going to discuss the final proposed budget for the 24-25 school year, as well as the proposed tax rate to support this budget. The board will vote on the proposed budget tonight at the regular board meeting and on the tax rate in a future board meeting in August. And so the budgets that we will be looking at tonight are the general fund, the food service fund, and the debt service fund. Specifically with regard to the food service fund, they are balanced with a $47 million revenue generation, $47 million in expenditures. The debt service fund is balanced as well, bringing in $241 million in revenue, operating expenditures of $241 million as well. The fund that we continue to discuss and go more in depth into is the general fund. Keeping in mind that the general fund, the operating fund that we will be discussing, does include the recommendation of a VATR, a voter authorized tax rate election. So when we do talk about these numbers, keep in mind that these numbers include the recommendation of a voter authorized tax rate election. So these numbers include revenue of $1.697 billion. It includes an estimated recapture payment of $821 million, operating expenditures of $954 million. That brings a net fund balance of $78 million deficit. When we factor in estimated vacancy savings and other estimated savings into that budget, also a VATR investment, we are looking at an overall deficit of $41 million for the 24-25 school year. That would leave us with a $216 million overall fund balance. Our unassigned fund balance percentage would be 21.65%. We would meet our local fund balance policy. Just as an FYI, that would put us at 86 days of fund balance. 90 days is the recommended TEA recommendation with regards to our overall fund balance policy. The assumptions that went into this general operating budget include an enrollment of 73,100 students, so that does include a flat enrollment for next year. Attendance, we did include a 64,100 average daily attendance. Basically what that includes is a 92% attendance rate. We did look at the current year's attendance rate, and that does fall in line with what we are seeing with the current year attendance rate. Just as an FYI, before the pandemic, we would look at a 95% attendance rate. So the pandemic has affected the number of days that our students are attending our school on a regular basis, and so that is a challenge that we continue to face in this district. Not only us, but school districts throughout the state continue to face this challenge as far as our students attending on a regular basis. And so we have factored that into our overall budget. The basic allotment, we have factored that in, 6,160. Keeping in mind that that number, that funding has not been raised since 2019. We have been hit with inflation since that time frame. Over the past 6 years, we've seen an estimated 17 to 18% inflation that has hit districts throughout the state. And so we continue to talk about the basic allotment, and that number is very important to us because it is the basic funding for all school districts across the state. And that's why you hear us talk about 6,160, basic allotment. It's an important number. It basically impacts our recapture payment. If the state of Texas were to increase that number, that would reduce our overall recapture payment. Increasing the basic allotment also gives us the maximum flexibility in how we, as a local school district, can use this funding with how we determine how we spend this money locally. So it does give us local control. And at the end of the day, it benefits all school districts. So by the state increasing the basic allotment, every public school in the state wins. There are no winners and losers. By raising the basic allotment in the state of Texas, every public school system in the state wins. So that's why when we have conversations about funding public schools, we talk about the basic allotment. That's why that number is very important to Austin ISD and public schools throughout the state. Property value growth, we look at a 6% growth rate. Tax collections, a 6% as well. And then we look at a tax collection rate of 99%. The M&O tax rate that we are projecting is 0.8057. Again, that is with the assumption that our board will call a voter-authorized tax rate election in August. Over the past several months, we have identified $29 million in overall operational reductions. This factors those reductions by division. So you see the different divisions in the district and where those reductions did occur. So overall, looking at the different areas, what's important to note is all these areas are at the central office operational level. These are not at the direct campus level. So when we talk about $29 million in overall cuts that we have identified as a district, these reductions were made at the central office and operational level, not at the campus level. We also reduced overall positions by 60 positions in this recommended budget. And then that same amount, we basically categorize those by staffing, overtime, contracts in special education, travel, some revised staffing projections, contracted cost software. So just different areas identifying where we identified reductions with the overall $29 million number. You also can find more details, specifics in attachment 2 of the board documentation. And then as part of the voter authorized tax rate election, that does include if the voters of Austin ISD do approve that election, it does include a compensation package. So the compensation package does include market adjustments. And so one of the areas that we looked at is we brought in TASB, the Texas Association of School Boards, to look at our compensation and our pay structures in the district. You see before you a list of districts that we compare ourselves to in Central Texas. These are our biggest competitors, the districts that we compete with for teachers and employees throughout Central Texas. Some of the larger districts that we compete with are Hayes, Leander, Pflugerville, and Round Rock. And so they analyze competitive pay in key positions throughout our overall job market. They recommend pay range adjustments for Austin ISD to make sure that we stay competitive in all job market positions. They calculate what it would cost to make these market adjustments in the district. And then they document the findings and give us a final report. And so we look at these recommendations and come up with a final proposal. And so the overall cost that we have looked at is $17.3 million. That does include market adjustments. And so in looking at the over 10,700 employees that we have in this district, the market adjustments do impact over 6,400 employees. If the voter authorized tax rate election were to pass, the market adjustments would be implemented with the start of every employee school calendar year. And so we would, in effect, it would be retroactive, and the pay would take effect starting with their December 13th paycheck. So they would receive any adjustments just before the winter break holidays. And so that would be important for our employees. Also, with regards to our hourly employees, the minimum adjustment that all hourly employees, full-time employees would receive is 25 cents. And so we wanted to make sure that we did include an adjustment for our hourly employees. And so that is included in our agreement with Education Austin that you will see in the regular board meeting. And so the biggest, the largest percentage increase and impact to employees were in the instructional support and auxiliary employees. So those were the largest percentage group that did receive market adjustments that were below market level. Also, we really looked at, as far as the teacher librarian group, when you look at how we compare to market, we fell behind with experienced teachers, and so we knew that we needed to make an adjustment with that group. And so when you look at teachers, our teacher experience group starting at 7 years or more, we made an adjustment with that group. And so we wanted to make sure that our experienced teachers were competitive compared to the market, and so we needed to make an adjustment in that area. When you look at the overall fiscal forecast, it's important to note again what the out years look like. And so again, we are proposing a $41 million deficit for next year. When you look at the 25-26 school year, we fall below our recommended 20% fund balance policy. And that's assuming that we continue as is with the 41 million. We don't make any budget reductions below that. And so the 25-26 budget year is going to be critical for us as a district. We are going to have to make some difficult decisions. What's important to note is even with the voter authorized tax rate election, if that were to pass, that does not take us out of the red. That does not save us as far as our fiscal cliff that's coming in the out years without any increase in funding. And so we are going to have to address our expenditures as a district. We are going to have to continue to look at reducing overall expenditures. And so we are going to look at forming a committee and making decisions over the summer months, starting in July, and bringing a recommendation to the board in October. The goal is to have conversations with our community, with our administration, with our staff, with regards to where can we continue to reduce our overall expenditures, our overall budget, to make sure that we fiscally and financially stabilize the district. The goal is to have recommendations before the next legislative session so that we do not rely on the legislative session with regards to funding. We want to make sure that we stabilize the district so that if funding does not materialize from the next legislative session, we are prepared as a district to make sure that we are financially stable for the out years. And so it's important for us to make sure that we maintain our fund balance, our 20% fund balance goal, to make sure that we continue to provide the services that we can for our students, and to make sure that we are financially stable in the out years through the 27-28 school year. This basically shows our fund balance and what it'll look like with regards to our fiscal forecast. And this, again, assumes that we are successful with a voter-authorized tax rate election. Again, looking at the 25-26 school year, it becomes crucial for us to look at making some very difficult decisions. That year is going to be crucial with regards to our fiscal stabilization. And so we will be bringing some recommendations to the board in October. We will be having some conversations over the next several months, and those conversations will be key with regards to stabilizing the district, with regards to making sure that we are able to provide services to our students, to be able to retain staff in the out years as a district. This basically shows where our property values have been in the prior years and where they will continue to grow. So we are, again, classified as a property wealthy school district, and we will continue to be property wealthy for several years in the future. We are projected to grow at 6%, and that is what we are forecasting in the out years. Also, keeping in mind that the homestead exemption has increased to 100,000, and so that did impact the 23-24 school year, so it did slow down our property growth, but that did stabilize for 1 year, and then starting with the 24-25 school year, it begins to grow again because now you have the same comparison starting with the 23-24 school year. So we will be looking at homestead exemptions at 100,000, but again, looking at our property values, we do estimate that they will continue to grow at 6%, and we will continue to be the highest paying recapture district in the state of Texas. With regards to our tax rate, we continue to, this year we were the lowest tax rate in Central Texas. Even if we do move forward with a voterized tax rate election, we will be one of the lowest tax rates in Central Texas, either the second or third lowest in Central Texas. So again, we continue to be fiscally conservative with our overall tax rate. And so with the 92.87 cent tax rate, we do continue to be below $1, which again would be one of the lowest tax rates in Central Texas. And then looking at how a voter authorized tax rate election would impact a homeowner in Austin ISD, looking at an average valued home of $563,069 in the Austin ISD boundaries. That would increase the overall taxes on that average home by an estimated $35 per month. And so that is the overall impact that a voter authorized tax rate election would have on the average homeowner in Austin ISD. And then we continue to look at budget reduction strategies and ways to continue to reduce our overall deficit. And so we have identified some areas that we want to continue to look at. We have looked at a vacancy freeze, and we want to emphasize that these are in non-campus areas. And so any vacancies that occur at the campus area, those would be continued. We would continue to hire those areas. But any vacancies that occur in operational areas in central administration, we would be closely looking at those. Those would only be posted for hiring pending superintendent approval. So it's a much stricter format with regards to do we post those positions or not. And so we want to make sure that we are carefully looking at any position that we post as a district. And so the goal is to freeze positions and only post those that are approved specifically by the superintendent. We also are holding 2 months of district contributions to the health health self-insurance fund. That would save the district $7 million in our operational budget. And so we are going to implement that for the 24-25 school year. We do have a healthy health self-insurance fund, has a current $36 million fund balance, so that we feel that will not have a detrimental effect to our self-insured health insurance fund. And then again, we are one of the largest real estate holders in the Austin area, so we are going to look at real estate and see how we can monetize some of our real estate holdings. And so that is one of the areas that we will continue to look at as a district. And then we talked about looking at some difficult decisions that we will have to make over the summer months, July through October. And so in order for us to get to a balanced budget, we would have to make $78 million in overall reductions. That's an 8% reductions compared to our overall budget. And so some of the areas that we may be discussing and looking at are looking at master schedules, secondary planning periods, class sizes, efficiency, operational adjustments, continue to look at software contracts. And so these are just conversations that we would have over the summer months. These, again, would be difficult conversations in the months ahead, but one of the things that we want to make sure is that we balance those conversations with our values as a district. We want to make sure that we look at our scorecard goals, at our scorecard constraints. We want to make sure that the recommendations that we do bring to the board do take those into consideration. We want to make sure that we do have these crucial conversations with our staff, with our community, and that we do have everyone on board with the recommendations that we do bring to the board. We want to make sure that everyone understands the decisions that we are bringing forward and why those decisions are coming forward to the board. And we want to make sure that everyone understands why these decisions are being made. So again, these are going to be tough conversations, but we want to make sure that they are clear. We We want to make sure that the data is present. We are going to be looking at an efficiency audit that we are currently undertaking as a district. We're also going to be looking and bringing on a consultant that will be looking at our organization, at our staffing, to make sure that we are being as efficient as we can as a district with regard to staffing. And so we want to make sure that we have all the data that we can to make informed decisions as a district. Again, these conversations are going to become very important, but it's very key that we involve key stakeholders in our community to make sure that we make valid and good recommendations. And then we want to also look at and talk about our best practices as a school district. And so there have been conversations in the media about ESSER dollars and the ESSER cliff and why school districts are in the budget troubles that they are. There have been conversations that school districts have put themselves in these budget situations because they have hired too many people using ESSER dollars. We, as a school district, hired a total of 16 positions with ESSER dollars, and so we have not put ourselves in any funding cliff using ESSER funds. We currently have 3 positions currently funded out of ESSER, and those positions have been identified with other grant funds for the 24-25 school year. Federal funding is going away. Federal ESSER dollars are going away next year. But we also know that the issues that were caused by COVID, those issues are not going away. And so social and emotional challenges, both for our students and staff, those remain. Attendance issues, teacher retention, tutoring for our students, those issues remain. And so we as a district are going to continue to address those issues with limited funding. So those aren't going away, but we as a district are committed to continue to address those with limited funding. We have addressed several areas with ESSER dollars in academics, enrollment and community engagement, technology, police, staff incentives, and operational adjustments with ESSER dollars. So again, we as a district are not facing a funding cliff as a result of ESSER, and so we just wanted to make that clear to our community. With regards to student performance in the 21-22 school year, we're proud to say that we did receive an overall B, an 88, in that school year. And then with regards to financial stewardship, we're proud to say that we do have a AAA bond rating, the highest rating that a school district in the state of Texas can achieve. And we do have a first rating, our financial rating from TEA, of an A superior rating. So we are proud of that. We have several financial reporting awards from GFOA and the ASBO. We also have a Risk Management Funds Excellence Award, and so we are proud of several budget transparency awards that we have as a school district. And then finally, there's been a mention of the $12,000 per student funding that the state of Texas is funding school districts. We talk about the $6,160. The state is talking about the $12,000 per student. Keeping in mind that that $12,000 figure does include debt service. Almost $1,700 of that figure includes debt service. Debt service, that is paid by local taxpayers. That is, we do tax that locally. That is collected by our community, and so that is a local taxpayer funded. That is not state funded. Also in that number is TRS on behalf, that is teacher retirement. So we as a district do not receive that funding. So in that $12,000 figure is teacher retirement. We do not benefit from that. Again, keeping in mind that that $6,160, that we keep reiterating the importance of that number because that is the base funding for all districts. Increasing that $6,160 figure benefits all students in the state of Texas, and that's why we keep emphasizing the importance of that basic allotment number. It benefits all districts, it increases local control, and it reduces our overall recapture payment for Austin ISD. When we compare ourselves with surrounding districts with regards to our fund balance, how healthy is our fund balance, Looking at the recommendation from TA of where they'd like to see districts' fund balance to have a strong fiscally healthy savings account. Austin ISD, we are at 86 days. We would be at 86 days at the end of the 24-25 school year. Some of the districts around us, Leander would be at 136 days, Hutto 90, Hayes would be at 37, Lake Travis 110, Bastrop 101, and Round Rock 101. Again, these numbers are subject to change based on what the school boards adopt with regards to their final budgets. But you can see we're in line with some of the other districts with regards to being close to the $90 range. And then when you look at budget deficits compared to the overall total expenditures in the district, we compared ourselves to some of the urban districts in the state. Our deficit compared to our overall total expenditures is 2.37%. You look at some of the other urban districts in the state, Plano, 5.27, Brownsville, 4.68, Dallas, 10.36, Isleta, 3.44, and San Antonio, 8.64%. So that just gives you an idea of where we are compared to some of the other districts throughout the state of Texas. Again, these numbers subject to change depending on what these boards finalize as far as their overall budget adoption. Questions from the board?
Thank you, Mr. Ramos, appreciate that. Trustees, do you have any questions? Yes, Vice President Foster.
Thanks for the presentation again. So some of this is a rehearsal of things that we talk about over and over again, but we have more people, I think, listening now, and so it's worth being clear. We expect to raise $1.697 billion in revenue. We expect, you're proposing operating expenses of $954 million. So roughly 52% of what Austinites have actually given to education. We're at 52% of that in terms of what we want to spend. So we're a self-funded district. Am I understanding that correctly? We're essentially a self-funded district?
That's correct.
But we're more than a self-funded district because we're also a district that after we raise this $1.697 billion, we give 48, no, we don't give. 48% of that is seized by the state for them to do as they see fit. And their claim is that it's all going to support other school districts. So we keep 52% of what we raise, self-fund, and then give 48% of what we raise, $821 million we give back to the state, okay, or the state takes from us. So that's all correct?
That's correct.
One of the things that strikes me, and I also appreciate you're putting out some basic information to address some things that are just sort of said in the air, for instance, about ESSER funds and the use of the infusion of federal dollars. And there's been a claim in some corners that districts across the state are in budget deficit in large part because they almost misuse those ESSER dollars. And what you're saying is that our ESSER dollars have been put to good use, but they haven't been relied upon as a sort of long-term solution. So that anyone that would say we're in this mess because of ESSER dollars being misused, you wouldn't call them liars, but somebody might. So it would just be a bold-faced lie in the case of at least this district to say that a district that maintains a AAA bond rating, a district that has a history of excellence when it comes to fiscal stewardship, is suddenly in a challenge, not because the state has refused to raise the basic student allotment year after year or session after session, but they're in it because of ESSER dollars. I guess that would be the claim, and that would be wholly inaccurate, in our case anyway, right?
That's correct.
I'm looking, you all have been working so hard, and I so deeply appreciate the sort of fiscal stewardship that it's a space of excellence in this district, quite frankly. And I think that one of the things that happens is that you become excellent when you face such profound external threats. You get better and better and better at tightening the belt, at finding ways to shore up the shack, ways to keep it moving forward. And you all have leaned in, and this is a tight budget, tight to the point of constricting and putting us in pain. But because this is where we are. So I appreciate this. And we have a budget that now has a Vader possibility and a non-Vader possibility. So we have to approve this now and sort of look at these two possibilities. So my biggest area of questions now are really around compensation and the Vader and the implications from a trustee perspective, looking at going to the community and saying we need to raise taxes in order to raise money, in order to do something that is of great profound importance, which is largely keep us, do our best to serve our staff well in terms of compensation. So this is really complex for me in terms, well, it's ethically, it's a challenge to figure out the right way to go. The reason why it's a challenge is because, as I understand it, and I like these numbers again, the proposition is that we will go to the voters and ask to raise, say, $100. And of that $100, we'll keep 25 of those dollars, and 75 of those dollars will be seized by the state. So in order to shore up things in our house, we are going to go and spend $100 to keep 25. Is that correct, or has the percentages changed? Am I painting an accurate or inaccurate picture?
That's correct.
So 75 cents on every dollar that we raise, or $75 on every $100 we raise, we won't see. $25. So that, to me, that's like, okay, why on earth would we ever? Why would we ever? But then, Miss Brandy says, I got a good reason for you, Doc. And the reason is we love our teachers. And last year, when we gave a historic 7% raise, one thing that I said back then was that this can't be a one-time thing where we then give nothing, because then what's a 7% raise, but really a 3.5 over 2 years, and that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to lead in compensation, not well, catch up and lead, not flatline it by doing 7% and then nothing. So I'm like hoisted on my own whatever, because I said that last year. So I'm committed to compensation and staying viable and treating our staff well, and yet the proposition is a big challenge. It's a little bit that's going to cost us a whole lot. And so I'm still honestly wrestling with this as we're moving forward. So could you tell me a little bit more about the compensation, or tell us a little bit more about the compensation? Is this, for instance, a one-time? Is this an across the board? I know kind of some of the answers, but is that, tell me some of the details about this compensation package and why it is still the right thing to do when it's coming at such a discounted rate in terms of the expenditures of the Austin community to support it.
Good evening, Board. Thank you, Trustee Foster. Thank you for the question. The way the compensation agreement is written is that without the Vader, it would be a one-time payment, $500 to our active, and to the tune of $5.5 million, which we would still need to secure within the budget. And so it would still create some work on our end to do that, just to be able to provide such a minimal one-time payment. However, we care about our employees and we want to be able to do what we can. With Vader, these are permanent raises, and it is decompressing such overlap in our scales. Last year, our board was so generous, especially with our classified employees. The $4 per hour raise was tremendous and much needed. There's always consequences to things like that, and some of that is the creation of overlap and compression between scales. I'll give you an example. In fact, we were discussing a situation today that one of our higher ranked classified pay bands is significantly overlapping the professional switchover in the same pay group. It's actually taking a pay cut to move up because this is an employee with the promotion versus if they stayed in a classified position. And so this overlap, again, the $4 raise is tremendous. When you talk about that, when you talk about a year-round employee, that's roughly an $8,000 raise per year. Amazing. We did not go that big on our professional employees, and so we have some decompression and overlapping to fix. We will continue to suffer from those issues if we do not, and it will continue to compound. We have to put some emphasis, especially in our teaching staff. We talk at the board level and often about how much we need experienced teachers, effective teachers in front of our kids, and we are unable to do that if we continue to bleed out at the 7-year mark, 5-year mark. We will continue to bring in these first, second, third-year teachers, happy to do that, but we will not be able to retain them if we do not keep up with market, and we are dropping off rapidly at that 7-year mark, and we have to do some catch-up to just even be competitive.
I'm so mad at you right now.
I understand.
And the reason why I'm mad at you is because I never thought that I could come anywhere near supporting this Vader. And as much as deeply committed I am, I'm deeply committed to compensation and to pushing wages of teachers and staff, and still couldn't see the proposition. And I couldn't see the value. It just didn't work for me. But what you all have come back with, anytime, so a basic rule of policy is that sometimes you gotta go big. And I think 7% last year and $4, that was going big. Anytime you go big in policy, what you're doing is you're swinging the pendulum. And you are almost automatically going to introduce unintended consequences that in next cycles you have to adjust for, to bring the pendulum not like this all the way to the other side, but to bring it back to the center. So when you raise the prospect of salary compression, perfect example. It's very difficult to, I'm saying this to you, you know, it's very difficult to affect wholesale change in compensation without introducing bugs that you then have to account for. But that's okay. That's what additional cycles are for. Unless you fall to a fiscal cliff and now you can't do it. So having seen specifically the compensation package and the nuance, and that you're not going, and you also poison pilled it for me when you said without the Vader, we're just going to give one-time bumps, when you all know I hate one-time bumps because I think they're a scam. When you give people raises, you give them to their base. You don't give them one-time things that helps you through Thanksgiving and Christmas and people are happy, but you have set them up for long-term continued pain. So I'm doubly mad at you because you poison pilled the non-Vader option and in its place put in a compensation package that is again, I think, excellent, considering the constraints that we're under. So thank you for making my life tougher in a way that I'm actually okay with. That kind of changes my position on a lot. I'm sure that there are tough questions about the budget remaining, but even within the context of those tough questions, I'm just so proud and pleased with y'all's work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees have questions or comments? Secretary Boswell.
Thank you both for all of this, and thank you to everyone who's been part of this work, from the campus level up to get us here. I know it's been an exceptionally hard budget cycle for all of you, for our community, for the people who work for the district, for our families. We're all feeling this, and I know you've been at the center. So first, I just want to say thank you. I want just a point of real clarity for our community that I think we've danced around, but just want to say it plainly. The budget that you are bringing to us, that you are proposing, includes the assumption that we have a voter-approved tax rate election.
That's correct.
Okay, I just think that's really important to make that very, very clear for our community. And that if that doesn't, we will be coming back with an amendment and the budget will end up looking very different and much worse.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to thank you for that. I'm super clear about that. I have a question about the 86 days of operating runway versus 90 days and what the impact is on our first rating and then what the impact is in real world about operations and whether you think by the end time, I know you're predicting that at the end of the year, but whether you think that will shift and whether we'll hit that 90.
So the 86 days, that's the assumption at the end of the 24-25 school year. So that gives us time to get to the 90 days. And so our goal is to, at the end of 24-25, be at 90 or above. So do or finish the year better than the $41 million deficit that we're projecting for next year.
Okay, thank you for that. Really appreciate the comment about getting a committee together to help with this work and appreciate the comments about community and really want to commit myself to going out, listening, doing what we can. I know the board will probably be happy to get to work with our community with that. So really appreciate you bringing that to us and really just want to emphasize, I know something we've talked a lot, the harder the cuts get, the more important it is to go out and do that work and just say some thanks for making that the plan and call to our community to be part of that because this impacts all of us and there's a lot of expertise in our community about our values and lots of things. So thank you just again, thanks for that. I saw on when you talked about possible cuts and just the real world talk about what kinds of things we would have to consider to get to a balanced budget. You talked about that $78 million reduction would be what it would take to get us to a balanced budget. And would love some clarity on, and there may not be an answer yet, on whether that would be the ultimate goal or whether we're working toward that and might not get all the way to that without making choices that we're maybe not willing to make.
Yeah, Trustee Boswell, I can speak to that. I think it's really important that we do everything we can to communicate to our community that we have become as efficient as we can be without adversely impacting the classroom to the best of our abilities. We know there's going to be an impact, so I just want to be very, very clear at the scale that we're talking about. I also want to move into the next legislative session with as little reliance on the need for additional funding as possible. But I do acknowledge that 70+ million is an ambitious goal, but I would like that to be the goal. It's not necessarily going to be the required goal, but I do want to leave no stone unturned, I guess is what I would say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And just keep that reality in mind. And I appreciate sharing that reality, again, with our community. The more real we are, the better our community can understand what's happening and have a meaningful voice in that. So thank you. I have a question about our assumptions about property tax increase. I know that is part of why we are here right now with the deficit as large as we thought, is that our calculations were, we make best guesses and we know there's a lot of backup that goes, it's not just us, you in the building, it's not, Chief Ramos bringing that to us, that you stand on a lot of information and having a 3.58% growth this past year when we've had double-digit growth recently. Can you help me understand how 6% is what you landed on as the assumption?
So we do receive a preliminary estimate from the appraisal district in April, And right now, the estimate that we received was at 5% growth. Usually we see about a 1% increase from the preliminary to the final certified in July. And so that's where the 6% came from.
And so you trust that and feel like that's a really solid
Yes,
assumption. Thank you
yes.
for that. I appreciate that.
Well,
And then,
and just, I mean, it's the lowest assumption we've used for many years.
Yeah,
So I feel.
correct.
thank you for that. And yeah, I know that is not what our community expects to
Yeah.
see, and I know that's not what a lot of us have felt in our own, property value growth. But and this year was a shock, and I appreciate the explanation of how you got there and why that's what we're choosing. So thank you. Maybe we will get a nice surprise. And then one more thing, and we can talk about it again when this cycle's back, but I really want to plan. I will be asking to put on the agenda an amendment in August that solidifies the $7 million pause into contribution to the self-insurance. I'd like to have an amendment that puts that directly, makes that commitment as part of our budget in August. And we'll leave it to you to see if it would also be worth recommending including part of a vacancy freeze, and you know those numbers better than we do, but I think if we're committed to doing that 7 million, we should solidify that with a board vote for a budget amendment. So thank you.
Any other trustees have questions or comments on the budget? Okay, I've got a couple of questions. Do you mind putting up the slide again that showed our fund balance and the years going out? So this gives me a little bit of heartburn, as I'm sure it does for you as well, Superintendent and Ed. So I just want to make it clear, like, I think typically when we have adopted a budget, we actually are okay for like 2 to 3 years out with our fund balance. And so this is the first time that I've voted for a budget that keeps us within the fund balance only for the year that budget, for the budget that we're approving, and it dips down to 19.4% in the 25-26 school year. And our fund balance amount is 20%.
Your operating budget.
Right, operating budget. Y'all couldn't find 0.6% so that we could have just had a 2-year cushion? I guess that's a no.
Well, I think we're trying to be very regimented in what we take as a reduction and be able to defend it. I think in the past, we've maybe gotten into using strategies where we're extrapolating or making kind of assumptions. Could we do it? Yes. I feel good with these numbers, and I feel like these are conservative, so I do hope that and do expect to beat them. But yeah, I think that's kind of the challenge that we have as a team, is not wanting to put anything forward that isn't something that we know we can support and defend. But yes,
Okay.
it's close, and I think we'll get there anyway.
Okay, all right,
The
thank you.
goal is to confidently beat these numbers.
You think so? Okay, good. I did want to talk a little bit about the budget development calendar, because that is going to be a key piece in making our projections better. And I really appreciate your commitment, Superintendent, to ensuring that we have a balanced budget in place, before the next session. And I wanted to point out a couple of things on the calendar, which we're voting on in September?
September.
Okay. So, Rose 10, like the pink rose, begins sessions with Budget Committee. I'm glad to see that. I just wanted to make a plug for engaging our LRP and sort of maybe reviving that, because that is a group that is pretty cross-sectional across the district, and it wouldn't necessarily be all the same people around, but I really thought that was a good structure for the bond when we were really tackling all sorts of holistic issues in the district. And those folks have all been trained on equity and, how we view equity in AISD and that type of thing. So I just want to encourage us to consider using the LRP or some iteration of the LRP as our budget committee. And then I would also say, like, the December, let's see, row 23, present itemized proposed budget expenditure reductions. We're gonna hold you to that, okay? Like, we really need to see that early, even if it's a draft. And really, is in particular, tie this back to our student outcomes, like, I know that we are really, we have to make, a lot more cuts, and we want to ensure that this will give us time to understand how this would or would not impact our student outcomes. So I think those are like the two main pieces of feedback I had, but I would encourage trustees to, if you haven't taken time to look through this carefully and send your feedback to the administration on it. The other thing, let's see, budget committee. Okay, actually, I think those were all of my comments, but I do want to just join my colleagues and say thank you. We're in a tough situation, but I so appreciate our high financial ratings, and it's not easy to do that, right? Like, not every school district gets a AAA bond rating, and these are things that I really value, and so despite the grim picture, there is something to celebrate here, so thank you.
It's a huge team effort, so I really appreciate my team.
Of course, thank you, and I hope you're going on vacation. Ed, after all this.
No, he has to start working.
Oh, gosh. Okay. Sorry, Ed. Okay. Well, I think, any other questions? Last call? All right. So at this time, we will, oops, let me find my thing. Sorry, I've got a lot of different files. Oh, here it is. Okay, so this time we'll adjourn our public hearing, take a short break, and then return to open the regular voting meeting. So Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to adjourn. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. This meeting is adjourned at 6:31 p.m. Thank you. Okay.
It's
All
been a
right, I
long
think
night.
we're on. So, hello, everyone. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, June 20th, 2024, at 6:48 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present in the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing, so thank you all for joining us. So our first item is the President's Report. The district will be closed from July 1st through July 5th. The board does not meet in July, yay. I think this is going to be the first year where we actually do not meet in July since I've been a trustee. So our next meeting will be a board information session on Thursday, August 8th, prior to welcoming students back to school. Why are we talking about back to school? On August 20th. Jacob, would you put that in my all right, there is still a lot happening this summer, and we want to remind students, families to register for school if they have not done so already. And we're actually going to have an Enroll Austin registration clinic in this very boardroom throughout the summer, June 25th, June 27th, July 16th, or July 18th, between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. So folks can come here at AISD headquarters to register your student for the next school year. Also, we are hosting breakfast and lunch for students this summer at 39 of our campuses. So kids, their families, you can come. You don't need a registration or ID or any proof of household income, but you can just simply visit the cafeteria at these participating sites during a designated service time. And it's open to all children aged 19 or younger. You do not have to be enrolled in AISD to take advantage of this. So if you are in a charter school or, private school or any other homeschool, you can come and take advantage of this service. So thank you very much to the school district for providing this. A full list with the schedule can be found on the AISD website through the front page banner or by searching for Austin ISD summer meal sites. And I think today is a special day. Today is Superintendent Segura's birthday. He's 22 years old. Happy birthday, Superintendent. And we are all wearing our tennis shoes today. I don't know if y'all noticed, the trustees are all wearing tennis shoes in honor of you. So thank you and happy birthday. And I know this is exactly how you wanted to spend your birthday.
It's the best way. All my friends and family here, it's perfect.
Wonderful. Okay. Our next item is the committee reports. We have posted the written committee reports on board docs, and you will find there a committee report for the board intergovernmental committee and the Austin Ed Fund. Next is the superintendent's report.
All right. Good evening, President Singh and members of the board. I'm back to share some amazing student outcomes and accomplishments, and even in the summer, Austin ISD has some pretty amazing things happening. First, I want to share some incredible scholarship awards our students have received. 4 of our students won a combined $30,000 in scholarships from Junior Achievement of Central Texas in partnership with Experian. Congratulations to Damian Cardenas from Aikens Early College High School, who was granted $15,000. Janeth Maldonado and Evelyn Flores from Novato Early College High School, and Nayeli Moreno from Bowie High School all earned $5,000 scholarships. So absolutely incredible. Additionally, Sydney Nguyen, a junior from Anderson High School, won the 2000 Young Entrepreneur of the Year scholarship. So absolutely amazing. Congratulations to you all. Hilton awarded another $10,000 in scholarships to Travis Early College High School students, which marks a total of $100,000 in scholarships over the past 10 years. I know many of our students go on to work at Hilton and many others, so absolutely grateful for that support. I know many of you had a front row seat to this next celebration. I'm so proud to recognize our 3,895 graduates from the class of 2024. Of those, here are some of the highlights from the graduating class. 161 graduates earned ACC associate's degrees and certifications. 793 graduates earned industry-based certifications, and 50 graduates graduated with the seal of biliteracy. So absolutely incredible. Thank you, trustees, for participating and supporting our students. I know many staff worked hard, worked for months to pull that off. So congratulations to all of our graduates and families who participated with us in that incredible, incredible ceremony. Another great celebration is that some of our Covington Middle School students and teachers went to Morgan's Wonderland Camp in San Antonio during the first week of May, which is a fully inclusive camp available to children and adults. Our students and their teachers, Ms. Frankie, went camping for 3 days, 2 nights, and they did amazing. They went swimming, did archery, laser tag, ropes courses, and zip lining. Opportunities like this help our students push themselves to have fun, experience new things, and most importantly, just enjoy themselves. We know we have some star power in Austin ISD, and that's now reinforced by Austin ISD's recognition as an exemplary district of distinction by the Texas Educational Theater Association. This is the highest honor awarded by the TXETA, which honors districts that significantly enhance theater education standards at school, district, and state levels. And if you want to see some theater in action, don't forget to check out the summer theater series performance, Shrek the Musical, and the 12 Huntsmen in July at the PAC. I'm definitely going to be there. I'm not going to miss that one. And as you can see, we have some amazing things happening in our schools. Thank you for letting me share these incredible accomplishments. And President Singh, this concludes my presentation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. All right. Our next item is a Mendez and Third Future 1882 update. So as part of our 1882 agreement with Third Future at Mendez, we have asked the partner to provide quarterly updates. Mr. Craddock and Principal Willis have provided a recorded presentation that's included in our agenda item tonight and share a presentation with backup data. So Mr. Segura, could you please introduce our partners?
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to. Tonight we have Mr. Zach Craddock and Principal Jeremiah Willis here from Third Future to answer any questions the trustees may have over the video.
President Singh, trustees, Superintendent Segura, thank you for the opportunity. It's good to be here again.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So, trustees, any questions?
Yeah, thank you all for the video presentation. It's so odd to just jump in. It sort of feels a little unmoored. So you provided us with data and slide decks and stats and stuff that are on board docs, and also included there was a 15-minute video presentation. So I appreciate that. So what I saw in the presentation was a sort of, here are some things we like that went well. Here are some things we kind of want to work on. So this is like a low bar question. You all have a sort of philosophy of action, which is, this is Third Future's work with us is the result of a partnership. You're an external partner, a chartering who's coming in to help us with a particular middle school, and you do things a little bit differently than we do in many of other schools, and that's sort of the idea, right? And there's this sort of, you step back 30,000 feet, and the idea is that we can learn from each other. Can you talk really briefly, what are some sort of fundamental differences in what y'all are doing from what we might often see in what we'll call a traditional public school?
Okay, so thank you. 2 things. 2 focuses, closing the achievement gap and teaching your 2035 competencies. So we have an intense focus on that at all of our Third Future Schools campus. So closing the achievement gap is critically important. That was the reason that we're here, is the students at Mendez were not performing well on whatever state metrics, and each state's different. And so under the leadership of Mr. Willis, so it's what he focuses in on. So our intensity around administration, school-based administration, is instructional feedback, leadership, and culture. That's it. Our principals are instructional leaders. They're not managers. That allows Jeremiah Willis to free up, I would say, roughly 75% of your time around teacher coaching on high-quality instruction. And that's it. That's what we do at all of our campuses. So it's those two areas, closing the achievement gap and your 2035 competencies.
So, again, low-hanging fruit. What went well this year?
Well, first of all, shout out to the team because the power is in the team, and we had a tremendous staff for those that came back and those that joined us this year, some mid-year. What went well? A lot of things went well. I think, one, it was year 2 in the model. I think we had some returning staff, so they were much more acclimated to what the coaching and feedback looks like. I also think it gave some of our newer teachers someone else to kind of lean on, just to kind of get an understanding of third future in the model. I think the students were more receptive to it as well. I think it's a slow culture change. They know that they're coming to school to learn and work, and that's something that's re-emphasized, from the minute they walk in the building to when they leave. And so priority on instruction, like that's always our focus. I just think another year in the model with fine-tuning some of the things that we did in year 1, we were just able to kind of build on that momentum.
What was the percent return from last year in terms of your teaching staff?
I believe it was like 75, 76.
75%, so 75, 76% returned, and you're fully staffed for you're like almost there for next year?
97?
Yeah, and we just filled that last vacancy, so
you're 100.
So you're full, and then what's the percentage return this year?
The percent returning, I believe, was in the 80s, 85, if I'm not mistaken, of teachers that are coming back next year.
Got it. And so you're feeling like part of what you have is you have growing teacher stability. It's kind of all right. So what didn't go well?
I'll take it and you do specifics. So our obviously our enrollment and our ADA, our attendance for 8th grade was not where we want. 7th grade was strong, 8th grade was not. We had an intense focus on that, what Mr. Willis did. He can talk specifically what he did, and we did not leave anything on the table. We exhausted every effort. We were not able to make the dent that we wanted to in there. And this is the frustrating thing for me, that even with a poor 8th grade ADA rate, they grew 3.4 years based on NWA MAP results in 1 year. If those students had been there, that'd probably been our highest metric ever in the history of Third Future Schools. So I want to go back and, yes, Mr. Willis, what went well? I can tell you this, that I think the best instructional coaching in Third Future School happened at Mendez Middle School this year. I saw it. The best instructional coaching, the best science. Perville? Ms. Pervell. First year teacher. You go in her room, you thought she was a 10-year veteran because of intense instructional coaching. That I saw every day. The leadership, the presence of the administrative team, not just Mr. Willis, but Ms. Miranda as well, was just exceptionally strong. Last year we were here, remember, we were not happy about our reading scores. I'm happy about our reading scores this year. I'm happy about that. 3 in 8th grade, ELA, 3.36 years of growth, 1.7 in 7th grade. We're getting those kids ready to go into whatever high school they go to for Austin ISD. So I just want to brag on him. He's not going to do it, but our finest instructional coach, our principal coaching, is sitting right here to my right.
Awesome. And so there was, tell me more about the projection or the hope was to be at around 300, and you landed at about 250. And that was your high point? Right, so you're actually a little lower than 250. What are we at in terms of enrollment?
I believe we ended the year closer to like 215, maybe 220.
We had a high of 248 was our highest enrolled at any one time, and he's projected at 238 next year.
So, and then along with that, so we had is that steady state from last year, or is that a little bit higher, a little bit lower, a little bit higher? You're at 208 or something. Am I making that number up? Slightly over. Last year, so you didn't grow, but you kind of stayed stable.
Correct. End of year projection was slightly up. Now, at 248, that was more students than we had at any time in year 21, 22. Or 22, 23, I'm sorry.
So when I think of the 75, 76% daily attendance, because we talk about like what's different, what's the same, in the district, and you know, we have like really smart people that know how these things are calculated, and I'm hoping that we're using the same methodologies, by the way. I'm making an assumption here. But let's say we're, you know, using the same methodologies. We're district-wide around like 92%, right? And so then here we have a school that's at 76%. That's a huge difference. And so when we talk about, well, we do some things differently, best case scenario, here are all these great things that happen, but there seems to be an artifact. There seems to be something else going on that's a little challenging, troubling even. And it has the two components. The enrollment, not, you know, that's a big building for 200 kids. And then the average daily attendance being, you know, 76%. And that's got to be an indicator of something. What are we learning from the fact that we don't have enrollment growth when we have kids in the community? And what are we learning from the relatively low average daily attendance?
I mean, I'll speak to what I know about that, and then definitely let Mr. Willis talk about some of the specific actions he's done to try and increase this. What I don't know and don't have the answer, and I would hope that AISD does, is how many of the sixth graders currently in the elementary schools are not enrolling in an AISD school. I don't know that information because I don't have that information. I can tell you that Mr. Willis visited every elementary school multiple times during lunch to talk with students, rising seventh graders, about coming. We want them there. I definitely want them there. We're not happy with that either. Second, you know, how many, we're surrounded by 7 charter schools, I believe, in that area, 5 to 7. And how many of those, either 5th or 6th, are not enrolling in an AISD school and choosing then to go to a traditional charter? And again, we're not a charter. It's an AISD school. So I don't know that information. I can tell you what we've done is we have targeted those areas around those charter schools and walked and passed out flyers and tried to recruit in grassroots effort to bring them back, working with Trustee Zapata on the Love Hub, and trying to do outreach even more, not even at the 6th grade level, but getting them at the kindergarten level where their siblings are as well. So that's some of the work that we've tried to do to increase the enrollment. Would you speak to what you've done specifically around ADA, please?
Mm-hmm. So yes, last year, much of the same issues. This year, same issues. We've done a lot of incentives. I know I've come up before and talked about some of the incentives that we've tried to roll out to encourage kids to come to school. We have an incentive system with little tickets that they can use to purchase items from the concession stands. I remember the first year, I believe we maybe opened that maybe once or twice a month. We opened that every Friday this year. And then we had larger incentives where they could get lunch on a principal. We still did that once a month. We did free dress for Mondays if they had perfect attendance from the prior week. So Mondays kind of became the free dress day where they got to, you know, express themselves a little bit more, being out of the uniforms or whatnot. So yeah, we've done that. We've done things around academics as far as ice cream parties and ice cream sundae parties. So we've tried to do different incentives just built throughout testing, attendance, different things like that. So,
what do you suppose works and why? What will work?
I wish I knew the answer to that.
Still trying to figure that one out, sir.
Yeah, I wish I knew the answer to that. I believe the free dress. I believe those are all things that we'll continue to do next year, though, as far as free dress and opening up the Habit of Success store more frequently, like we did this year. But yeah, I'm not sure.
I do believe the ADA will go up next year. Our 7th grade was strong. It was better. It was closer to the district average, definitely, than 8th grade. As those 8th grade matriculate up to high school in our incoming 7th grade class, if they can maintain what 7th grade, we'll see a much better jump next year in ADA. That's my opinion.
So, I guess for me, I have 2 conflicting sort of things that live in my head at the same time. One is that when you have a community as large and complex as ours, there is absolutely the reality of different families wanting different things. So if we're going to have Ann Richards School for Young Women Leaders, and we're going to have a Gus Garcia, I might have thoughts about the effectiveness and the value and what comes out of single gender, this, that, and the other, right? And I may personally love it, and I may personally not love it from a standpoint of, some bigger picture, but I absolutely know that there are some in our community that really value it. And so I say, hey, as a school district, then that should be among the options, and we should do it excellently. So to the extent that we have a Mendez Middle School being run a little bit differently, if we can see that there's a community that's like, yes, we want this. I mean, I would even say the same for I'm not a military school guy, but there's some folks that like that militaristic whatever, and a district with 114 schools in our case, or 200 schools, one of them does that, great, because there's a community that wants it. So if there's a community that wants something, I'd lean into let's provide it. And the truth is in are they showing up? Are they coming? Are they saying we want it? And the reason why I push to say, well, what works is because I would want, what's the theory of action that says, this is why my little is coming here. And this is why my little is dedicated and going all in and showing up. And so on one hand, we have achievement gains that you talked about with the unique third future metrics to, what you are trying to do, and you met some of those. On the other hand, we have this lingering challenge around the enrollment piece and the daily attendance piece, and it goes to what's happening in the building for kids, I think, and then what do the families see is happening? What do they believe and feel is happening in the buildings? And they're like, you need to get yourself to school because this is going to happen today. Not to belabor, but it seems like a critical pinch point for me, this particular area, right? So I guess let me pivot and then just to disciplinary actions and that sort of thing. And I think there was a little bit of an increase this year over that. So one, can you just flesh that out a little bit? And two, does that at all bear on the conversation of attendance and average attendance and enrollment?
Yeah, I do believe I provided in the supplemental data that we had the number of students issued discipline action it did go up. It went up to 13 students, so it went up from 53 to 66. So 13 more kids did get issued a disciplinary action. I don't have specifics around that. I can tell you when I've been there that it's an orderly environment, but we do have our 3 rules with 0 bullying. You're not going to disrespect staff, and no disruption in the learning environment. Now, we're not crazy people. Kids are kids, and they're going to mess up, and we have to coach them through that. But if a student, here's an example. If a student is going to cuss out a teacher, that student's probably going to, not probably, will go home. So do you want to talk any specifics?
No, I just kind of double down on enrollment increased a little bit from last year. So I know overall overall discipline actions did increase, but the enrollment increased as well. I felt like though it was a lot of order and structure, and I think the kids were much more understanding of some of the things that were in place this year versus last year. Yeah, I don't know if that answers the question that you had.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, sort of. I'm just really interested in. I guess I am interested in the climate, and the experience of the students. One of the things that we've talked about, and our poor executive leadership has heard some of us just go in and off on the amount of testing that we have, because I happen to have strong opinions about the impact of test, right? And so I have a belief that that affects the sort of quality of the experience of the individual student and affects the climate, right? When you're holding kids so that these kids can test quietly and everyone else is kind of, there's like all sorts of things going on. So I'm using that analogously to like then think about in the context of our Mendez classrooms and halls, like what is the climate and the culture that has kids say, there's a lot of order and I love the order because I know nobody's gonna bully me here. Or there's a lot of order and I cannot take it because this don't make no sense to me and da-da-da. Or, fill in the blank. So can you, just flesh that out a little bit?
Sure, yeah. I mean, so like you said, we're not a military academy, but we do have structures and systems and protocols in place. Now, when you go into our classrooms, and I believe most of you have, you're not going to see the teacher lecturing, and it shouldn't be a lot of teacher talk. We want kids talking. We want them reading, writing, thinking, or discussing 95% of the time. That's how students learn. I mean, if you go out to a football practice and the coaches are running the plays, then who's coaching? The kids need to be running the play, so the coach can coach. So that's our MO, and that's what we do. Now, do we have structured passing periods? Yes, sir, we do. We do have passing. Our kids are cohorted, and they move in an orderly way down to the next class. But lunch is a regular lunch. Electives are regular electives. Dyad. We don't want kids learning about photography. We want them taking pictures. I don't want them learning about gardening. I want them doing the gardening or keyboard or martial arts, mixed martial arts, whatever it may be. But when in the classrooms, 100% of the kids need to participate. When a student says whiteboard's up, 100% of the whiteboards need to go up. Because if 98 go up, the next time you do it, it'll be 94. And then it'll be 92. And then before you know it, it's 50%. And then you don't have an effective classroom and it's not effective instruction. So we insist on those, and those are just what we call third future ready instructional characteristics. But it's not a military academy. The kids are allowed to talk and interact, and he has convocation with them every morning at 7:45, I believe, and come in, and it's a mini pep rally every morning. Guys, here's what we got, who did well, here's what we're gonna get after today, here's, this student did exceptionally well. That happens daily at 7:45. So it's not a strict, sterile environment that maybe it's portrayed to be. But it is intensely focused on good instruction.
And I hear that loud and clear. So here's and thank you. One of the things that y'all do that I find potentially awesome is all sorts of external opportunities. So we're going to go to this country this year, we're going to go here, we're going to go there. Can you talk a little bit about how that fits into your educational philosophy? What's the purpose of going to Japan or going to DC or whatever?
Year 2035 competency. So that's the second part. First, closing an achievement gap. The second is year 2035 competencies. Critical thinking, informational literacy, problem solving. We believe that students can learn anywhere and any time. So not only do we bring dyad consultants in, so experts from the community to work with students, we believe that travel is exceptional. The seventh graders went to Washington, D.C. The eighth graders went to Quebec. You learn a ton by visiting a different culture. And that's an experience that I'm not sure many of, I am sure a lot of the Third Future students will not be able to do unless we provide that. Next year, it's always DC, seventh grade. Next year, it'll be London for eighth grade. And so that's an important part. We want kids to experience that. I had a father who was in the military, and my daughters were able to go for 6 weeks in the summer and to Europe to visit him before he retired. Many of our students don't have that opportunity. And so we've provided that for, I believe, 3 years now.
So I love that. And, one of the things that we know is that opening up those opportunities, everything you're saying, opening up those opportunities opens up kids and just opens doors. And in many cases, were it not for a particular school structure or a particular summer camp or a particular opportunity, these things just wouldn't happen automatically unless you're in a sort of income strata that makes that tenable. So I appreciate that. And what I didn't hear, and actually I low-key appreciate this as well, that's different in how you talked about it, was one of the pieces of the way you do it is kind of as a reward structure, right? And so only so many qualify. I mean, and you'd love to see all of them qualify, but there's kind of a metric or a bar to qualify for this. I'm not as sold on that, but I think, am I misrepresenting that, or is that part of it too?
That's accurate. It's based on attendance, discipline, and growth. Mm-hmm.
So, and that might be just one of the points of differences where we say, different educational philosophies are sort of guiding it. So you have this piece that I love about it, which is this opens up opportunities for kids. And hopefully kids are just excited and want to do it, and they'll do what they need to do because they want to do it. It gets a little dicey for me personally when it becomes a hard line of can't or can't. And I'm not asking you to change anything because you're not, or anything like that. I'm just sort of talking out loud as I try to understand the educational philosophy and really try to learn and think of like, what is it that we should be doing everywhere that we can grab? And then what are the things where it's like, well, maybe not. Maybe that's one option in the district. So I do appreciate your time, your efforts, the work put in, and I'm continually intrigued by not just the similarities, but the interesting differences and what we can learn from them. And frankly, there's stuff where I look and I say, we can learn something. And then frankly, there's stuff where I say, I don't want to do that. And, and that's where I land. I very much appreciate your time with us today.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions or comments? Trustee Boswell.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you both for being here with us again. Good to see you again. Always nice to have you, and congratulations on that growth. Those are impressive numbers, so appreciate you sharing that with us. I'd like to go back and follow up with Trustee Foster's question about discipline, and I know I've asked you about discipline in the past. So I look at 66 students, and the measure that's on that we're tracking with you when you come to us is in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, or removal to alternative placement. I see that at your high of 248 students, that's more than a quarter of students. At your year-end number of 215, that's approaching a third. It's more than 30% of your students have been removed. And then I look at, and I think that's, that 25% number I think is not out of line, if I recall correctly, with what it's been in the past, but I know it's quite a bit higher than our middle school numbers. And then I look, and there were, I believe, 167 instances of removal either to out-of-school suspension or alternative placement. So if we have 66 students total and 167 removals from the campus, not including the in-school suspension, I don't know what those numbers are because I don't see them shared here unless I've missed them. Can you help me understand how many of your students are being removed multiple times from your campus? And do you have a sense of in-school suspension, what those numbers may be?
Ma'am, where the 167 number, where?
When you have a number, let me pull it, let me go find it. It was the number about your out-of-school, there were 149 out-of-school suspensions and 18 alternative placements. I don't have the page number. I'm on a different page number now.
Yeah, so the JGAEP, that's the required by law. The DAAP is the district. Some of those are required as well that we had to move to. So the 149, now that's, I believe that's days. So what that is, like a 3-day suspension.
The days.
Yeah, so like one incidence.
Okay.
Could be 2 days.
Got it.
So
that wasn't clear on the chart. So thank you. It's not 149 instances of individual students being removed.
Yeah, it would be, and
that tells a different story. Thank you.
And one other thing with ISS, what we do at Third Future for ISS, so in most traditional schools, in school suspension, a student is removed from the classroom and like they have an ISS room, like the old traditional ISS room. So they go and they do work or whatever. In Third Future, If a student has to be removed from that classroom, they don't go to an ISS room. They go to the team center, they get a ThinkPad, Chromebook like this, and they zoom in to the classroom. So they're not missing direct instruction. They're still able to do in the chat, talk through and it's fully interactive. So, and then they're gonna go back to class the next period. They're rarely gonna stay there all day. They're gonna go back to class the next period. Because what's not good is when a student needs to leave the classroom because the teacher thinks they do, and we honor that, and sending them back to class. They go to the team center and they log in and then they participate through it by Zoom. And then they go back to their next class. So that's why our ISS, we're able to actually keep more kids in than most schools because they're not going to an ISS room. They still have full access, synchronous learning.
Thank you, and you've shared that with us in the past. I appreciate that reminder. But still, either whether it's 26% or 30% who are removed, that still seems quite high, and wonder if you feel like that is a number that's working for you, or if that's a number you're trying to reduce, and also whether you have a sense of whether those are students who are leaving.
Students who are
leaving. Who are unenrolling. Are those the students we're losing?
I can't answer that because Mr. Wilson knows them. I can say, are they high? Is a network average? Perhaps yes, slightly, but not out of line that it would cause me concern. Also, what causes me more concern is that, again, I'll take it back to our achievement data. If they were there more, we would even be getting better scores. But you would know more about, are these the students that are leaving?
Okay.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, I wouldn't say it. The majority of the guys that are leaving our campus are the ones that's getting in trouble. No.
Okay. And certainly we track it. I appreciate the connection between being in class and achievement, and that's absolutely why we track these numbers in our own scorecard measures as well. So thank you for that. And then I see discipline by behavior. You listed 4 things. One is just, 2 of them are the big 3 you talked about: disrupting the learning environment and disrespect to adults. And then you talk about drug use possession, which I know can be a mandatory removal, and fighting, which sometimes is a mandatory removal. And I wonder, the percentages you give add up to 37% of the total. And what is the other 60%? Do you have a sense?
I had it written down.
Just I don't need the breakdown, but just kind of a sense of what other kinds of things that might be. Because it's a big, kind of missing bit of information when we're talking about numbers that are that high.
Yeah, I'm sure I could.
Okay, that would be helpful. Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Trustee Lugo.
All right. Sorry, I'm getting back to the slide. I was trying to find her slide, and then I'm going to go back to my slide. So it's taking me longer. So while I'm scrolling, I would like to kind of just hear a little bit more, and maybe there's nothing more for y'all to share, but I'm thinking about the relationship between what we've talked about, right? Interest versus compliance. And I don't know if y'all have a number of young people in your lives, but I've noticed that with any person, but especially young people, where they don't feel like they have a lot of autonomy, do I want them to comply, or do I want them to be interested in participating? And that's the kind of stuff that I haven't necessarily heard. I've heard, well, this is what we do, this is our thing, this is our model, this is our method, right? What are the observations, and I have more. What are the observations around, yes, should there be structure? Absolutely. Young people do really well with understanding where are the boundaries, right? People feel safe knowing where the boundaries are. Even adults, right? You want to know what's allowed, what's not allowed. But what brings people back into a group, or what keeps people in a group? So I haven't heard anything around that from the perspective of, what do we know about our students? You know, how do we keep them interested? Yes, there's the ice cream and there was that store with tickets and stuff. But I'm also looking at the satisfaction surveys. So those outcomes, campus satisfaction, so that's staff and then student, and then interestingly, like I see the percentages from last year and then the outcome of student family satisfaction surveys. I have my own thoughts on why that might be a little bit flatter compared to the numbers for students and teachers, but I would love to hear y'all's thoughts about it. And yeah, quite frankly, I was a little disappointed not to hear more about, yeah, this is what we know about our students. This is what we know about about the families. In part because I think about, take my personality, for example. I happen to also had a military, my dad was in the military. So the way he ran the family was very structured. So I can deal with that, right? And I've dealt with that in school and in work settings. I can survive that. I can adapt. Whereas you might have siblings who that doesn't work for them, and it doesn't help them thrive. It doesn't bring them any interest or passion. It just means that while somebody's watching them, they're going to comply. So yeah, I was a little disappointed not to hear more about that. And then I saw the slide in the deck where it talks about the root cause analysis. I think that was in the supplemental file, where, man, that would have been an awesome opportunity to talk about, yeah, what are those root causes, that we know about families, what are the decisions they're making? Because I can tell you, if I had a student and they were coming home frequently with like, Mama, man, they be blah, 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 too much at school. Then it would make me rethink, okay, where am I going to put my kiddo? I've got to work. He's 13. If I find out that he's not going to school after I drop him off, right? So then I have to make decisions as a parent. Where do I put him? Where is he going to stay? Is he making that decision based on, right? All of those things. And those are the kinds of root causes that I think actually helps inform, because the school is so small. So I understand the question was returned back to us, hey, AISD, what do you guys know about students leaving? We all have a really focused group of people, and geographically and in terms of the students that are enrolled. So those were the things that I was disappointed that we didn't get to hear about. And then the last thing I'll say, and I'll hand it over to y'all for any comments that y'all might want to share, is I also thought about personas, right? So I don't know if y'all are familiar with, or if this happens in y'all's industry as well, but when we're standing up a technology solution or a website, we look at how do we create a persona? Who's the average persona? What do we know about them? So let's say I'm marketing something, and based on research and based on what I'm seeing in terms of purchases, my demographic would be 25 to 35 males in Northeast United States, right? That tells me something, what are the personas? So that's what I'm listening for, and I haven't heard it. I haven't heard, we know our students. We know why they're not coming to school. We know why they be acting up, right? That's the kind, because I know why my kid acts up, right? And it's not always compliance. Sometimes it's okay, how do I reach this kid? How do I reach him? Because I can argue with him all day, but how do I reach him? I can discipline him and take things away from him and not let him go on those cool, fun trips, right? But how do I reach him? How do I reach her? How do I reach our students? That's what I haven't heard yet.
Well, I'm sorry if you haven't heard that, ma'am. That was not my intent, or I don't think Mr. Willis's. I think that's the answer everybody probably in this room is asking themselves and looking for. I don't know if there is a right answer that I can give you for that. I can tell you, I can tell you what we do, is across the board is we build relationships with our students.
But I don't want to hear what you do. I want to hear what have you seen in the students and what have you seen in the families? Like, is it a matter of people opting in? That's right? I got tons of guesses, but like that's the piece. So not what y'all do, but like, what do you know about your students? It's like asking, what do you know about your kid? And sometimes my answer is, I don't even know my 13-year-old. I'm trying to get to know him again. I knew him as a child, right? So that's because it is about connection. You're 100% correct. And that's the part, like, where's the meat of that?
So I'll speak briefly of my meeting today, and then you're there 186 days. So during lunch today, I was talking with a group of 7th grade boys today during lunch, talking to their second day of summer school. Ask them how it's going. Why are they there? Did they have to be there? No, they didn't have to be there. How many were half day? How many were full day? You know, where do you live? Where do your friends go to school? My friends go here. They go there. How do I get them to Mendez? Why aren't they coming here? They're zoned for Mendez? Yes, sir, they are. And he goes, oh, but my friends go everywhere. What can we do? And that was the question I asked him, and you were there. What can we do differently to make this a better experience for you so your friends would want to attend Mendez Middle School? And it was mostly what I hear for middle school kids. Don't be as strict, no dress code, more dyad, more electives. And we do all those things.
Those kids are smart.
They're smart.
I like them.
They're smart. and we do those, but there's a balance. So that's an example of an exact conversation I had. But I'll let Mr. Willis talk because he's the principal and the leader of the school.
Yeah, and I apologize as well. I know it gets lost in translation when it comes to academic and the progress that they make, but that's also another benefit that I have as the administrator of being active. The kids, I'm not only there coaching the teachers as well on instructional things, but I talk to the kids all day long, and our staff talks to the kids all day long. And just like you said, I understand some kids don't respond to me at all because for whatever the reason is, it could be some personal things or whatever the reason. But I think that's what makes our team so strong, and what has allowed us to have the academic success that we've had in bridging those gaps is that there's someone on our campus, male, female, assistant principal, support staff, that I know that the kids feel comfortable with, that they share those things with. I have kids that are more personal with me, that'll give me a little bit more insight as far as, yeah, my mom wakes up, she works really early, Mr. Willis, and I got, my sister has a baby, and he's 2 months, but she works, and I have to stay here with them, so that's why I'm coming to school at 9:30 and not at 8 o'clock. I have those conversations all the time, so the fact that gets lost in translation doesn't paint the whole picture. If you're on campus and you speak to our kids, they will say, yes, Mr. Willis is going to tell us the right side, and he's going to tell us, keep your head up and all those different things. But they'll also share with you that during those appropriate times, like electives, when there is gym, I come in there and shoot basketball. And it's not just me either. It's our team as well. They'll come in there and shoot basketball with them, or we have cosmetology, and they'll go in there and help them braid hair or paint nails or whatever the case may be. I'm always getting feedback on, do y'all like the incentives that we have in our store? What do y'all want? Oh, miss, we like hot chips, or we like pickles, or whatever the case may be. Even when it comes to some of those dyad classes, some of the dyad classes that we had last year, we didn't bring back this year, and that's because they didn't enjoy it. And so we're getting their feedback consistently as much as we can to try to implement some of those things. So yeah, they want to be there and they enjoy being there. I do think this year the kids have a good understanding of, this is an instructional block, this is math class, we're doing math. All right, this is lunchtime, okay, this is lunchtime, I can sit at any table and talk to my friends. Oh, I'm like cosmetology class. So I think they have a really good understanding of what needs to be what at that specific time. So it's a lot of good relationships between staff and students, and I think that our kids do enjoy coming. I think it's some external factors that allow them to kind of ease their way out of not coming, whether it's my parents go to work super early or similar situations as I just laid out of I have to take care of a sibling. It's a lot of different instances like that comes up, I know, in our conversations that I have with students, but overall, I think, I can't remember who asked the question as far as the climate in the school. They know that we work and we're going to do school, but they also know that we have a good time as well.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, trustees, I'm going to move on, if that's okay, to the next item. But thank you very much for answering our questions. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so our next item is an update on our intruder detection audits. Mr. Segura?
Thank you, President Singh. Tonight we have Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Government Relations and Board Services, to share the update. Go ahead, Jacob.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. Last month, I shared with you that we have actually had all of our schools have a intruder audit conducted on their campus. And so we are complete with that process. However, we did need to bring this item back once more because the other part of this process is after we do these updates, we then have to go back to the campus and share what did we learn from here? What do we need to address? We need to put an action plan in place to address it. We need to discuss it with the staff at that campus so that they're aware. And then we need to take it to our school safety and security committee. At the time when we met last month, we still had 3 that needed to go to that committee. So tonight's meeting is for us to publicly have the conversation on those last 3, but nothing has changed since we last met, and there have been no new audits conducted since we last met. So that will conclude our report, and we are done with our safety audits for the year.
Great, thank you. All right, yes, do you have a question?
So thank you for, how many months we've been doing these now?
24.
24 months, and all of our campuses have been hit, and doors locked, and where there were challenges, they've been addressed and all that other stuff.
Oh, yeah, and if it's lock-related or door-related, I mean, it is prioritized to priority number 1. Someone's out there that day addressing it.
How much of the safety and security audit work mandated by the state has to do with the sort of mental health and stability and the culture on the campuses?
Yeah, so another part of the bill does require mental health training for all staff who interact with students. And so if you imagine, that's almost every ASD staff member who will need to take part in that training. Because it is a new training, the state needed to develop it. They were working with a Texas agency over mental health, and I apologize, I don't recall the exact agency name, but another agency is supporting. That training will start this upcoming year and will conclude within 5 years. And so that will provide the same mental health training that our trustees took for every staff member who interacts with students. So basically, other than a few operations staff, almost everyone will be taking part in that training.
I'm glad to hear that that is an aspect of, or an acknowledged aspect of safety and security, even though there's been nothing done yet as per the state's choice of investment. And I'm glad that our doors lock and that there have been adjustments proven to provide additional security. But I'm very excited about the idea of attending to the climate of our campuses and the mental health and well-being of our students and staff in a way that would mirror this hyper attention to whether or not doors lock appropriately, and et cetera.
I believe that the mental health training will be a good step forward. I know, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Trustee Zapata met with Central Health on the training earlier this week. Is that correct, Trustee Zapata?
It's going to be rescheduled.
It's going to be rescheduled, okay. But it is upcoming. Central Health will be the partner in the area who helps support Austin ISD with the training.
It's integral care.
I apologize. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reach. All right, so we will now move to public testimony, and I want to give trustees a heads up that after that, we're going to go into a quick executive session after the public testimony. But members of the public wishing to participate in the public testimony portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. And so tonight we have 2 who signed up to speak in person, and we have 4 who left a recorded message. So we will start with the in-person testimony. You'll have 1 minute, and please finish up your thought when you hear the buzzer sound. So again, we ask whether you come to give a complaint or praise that you reference the staff member by position or by abbreviated last name. We ask that all audience members, whether speaking or not, please show respect for others at all times. So tonight we have Ken Zarefis and Dr. Lavonda Loney. Did I pronounce that right? Loney? Okay. All right, so Ken Zarefis. Mike, please.
Okay, how's that? Normally people don't want to hear me. So, hello, Board, Superintendent Matias Segura. My name's Ken Zarefis. I'm President of Education Austin, the Employees Union for AISD. When I was a teacher, I taught literary devices, and cause and effect was one of them. And I think one of the causes that we're seeing statewide is a governor and legislature who refuse to fund public education adequately. The effect of that is school districts across the state are forced into deficit budgets. Now, turning that into a cause, the deficit budget then undermines districts' ability to pay employees appropriately and support students to succeed. So you can see the domino effect and how it's beginning to knock things over. And while this budget may not be the most glorious budget as we had last year and as we stepped out of last year, make no doubt it is the right budget for this moment. And what this district and what this board and what consultation has done in working with workers and the union to come to an agreement is essential in moving forward with a VADR, with the reality that we must put it before the voters and that we must have more dollars coming into our district that we control, not the state that wants to undermine us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Lavonda Loney.
Is that it? Okay. All right, so hello, my name is Dr. Lavonda Loney, and I'm here on behalf of the Texas Educational Policy Institute, or TPI. Tonight, a recommendation is being made for you to approve 9.2, the Austin ISD legislative priorities for the 89th legislative session. While I agree with all written considerations, areas of support, and all oppositions, I believe that there are parts in the recommendation that need clarity. Here's one example. AISD should specify how much the basic allotment ought to increase by. So for clearness, our first bullet under the funding might read, an initial increase in the basic allotment of $200 per student with a goal of matching the national average per pupil by the year 2030. So thanks in advance for your consideration for the revision.
Thank you. All right, next we will play the recorded messages for the public.
Hello, my name is Kyra Matos. I am the mother of 4 AISD students. And last year, my son left his transfer school to go study abroad for 1 year, and then we learned that he wasn't going to be able to return to his school, and that posed a very large problem for us because I think continuity of education is really important for kids, especially in high school. And so I reached out about the transfer policy, and I understand that y'all are taking a vote on making a change today, and I just wanted to talk about what an important change this is for our family, for our ability to stay in AISD, and for also other kids who need to leave for any period of time, leave their transfer school for an educational opportunity, or maybe a change in family plans, or to receive some sort of treatment. For them to be able to return to their school is so important. So thank you so much for having a vote on this. Have a great day.
Hi, this is Kim Betty Ancilla. I've been a staff speech therapist with AISD for 26 years. Thank you, trustees, for listening to speech therapists and supporting students with speech impairments. Surrounding school districts pay speech therapists more, and since AISD doesn't offer a competitive salary, many vacancies are filled with contractors who cost AISD an additional $20,000 per position, which goes to the contract company. That's hundreds of thousands of wasted dollars going to contract companies. To cut this cost and retain staff speech therapists, please consider a competitive salary, much like you did for the evaluation team. Other retention solutions are adding an annual annual retention stipend and an annual $300 stipend to cover our required licensure and certification. These would be in addition to the special education stipend, which is now paid to us in smaller chunks each pay period, and to remove this would be a pay cut and drive speech therapists away. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Thank you for your service to the AISD community. My name is Shannon Donahue, and I've been a bilingual speech-language pathologist with Austin ISD for 22 years. In recent years, our department has suffered record difficulties with staff retention. I recognize that a raise is not in the cards at this time. To assist us with retaining the highly qualified speech therapists that Austin ISD students serve, I urge you to consider providing returning staff with a retention stipend at minimum. Since our district captures a significant amount of Medicaid funds because of the speech therapy and evaluations that we provide, I also request reimbursement for the cost of our national certification, which is increasing to $250 annually, and Texas licensure, $100 every 2 years, both of which we currently pay for out of pocket. Taking these two actions would go a long way to show speech-language pathologists that we are valued AISD staff. Sincere thanks for your time.
Good evening. I am encouraging every board member to vote for increasing speech therapist salary in order to bring them up to market compared to neighboring districts. In fact, many districts have approved yet another raise for their SLPs, and that could cause even more SLPs in our district to want to leave. This definitely leaves our district at more disadvantage for retention of staff. If a pay raise cannot be approved, please approve the VADR and allow taxpayers to have input. In Austin, we have a very high cost of living, and this has caused many SLPs to leave. Our district cannot afford to have inadequate speech therapy staff as they provide federally mandated speech special education evaluations and services. Past deficiencies in evaluation staff has led to a backlog of evaluations, or did. Speech therapists are special evaluation evaluators. Salary increases for SLPs will allow for retention of staff speech pathologists while hopefully recruiting other SLPs, allowing the district to pay less.
Okay, I think she may have gotten cut off, but thank you to all the people who called in. So this concludes public testimony. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? Trustee Zapata.
So can we speak, Superintendent, to the, does the compensation include or exclude the speech therapist for compensation?
Yes, Justice Zapata, it does, but I'm going to have Brandy speak to the specifics just to be crystal clear.
Good evening again, Board. Trustee Zapata, the proposed market adjustments does include our speech-language pathologists. It would, in that scenario, be roughly about a 12% increase to the pay grade. That would bring them up to the same pay grade as the Ed Diags and the LSSPs. And their stipends for special education, et cetera, would still remain intact.
Okay, great. Okay, and the other thing I heard was about Medicaid dollars paying for their recertification. Is that something that AISD can look into or hasn't looked into or can be considered?
That is certainly something that we can take a look at. That would be obviously a budget item that we would have to consider with our CFO, but we can certainly have that discussion. It is not in part of this package, but it's absolutely something we can discuss in the future.
All right, and I think that was it. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Trustee. Brandy.
Vice President Foster.
I'll have a real difficulty in framing this as a clarifying question, but some of us have been around here for a long time, and we've probably heard thousands of public comments in our lives, and we are in this incredibly difficult, contentious moment, dealing with all sorts of external crises and having this tough budget conversation. And I just heard a bunch of public comments with constructive additions and thoughts, with thank yous and gratitude. And our public, when we're not doing it right, they're gonna let us know. And so whether it's inappropriate from some legal standpoint or not, I would love to acknowledge and call out and name the difference in the tenor of public comments that has happened over the last couple of years. And on a night where we could be up till 3 a.m. hearing many people who are very angry, you all have created a budget with really difficult decisions that do not feel great in all ways, and yet you have our leaders of our community and our community members coming out and saying, I see it, I get it, thank you for the transparency. By the way, could you tweak this, could you tweak that? But thank you for your work. Is that what happened, Superintendent? There's my clarifying question.
They just did that because it's his birthday today.
I don't think anybody knew my birthday until.
Thank you, Vice President Foster. I appreciate, it's good to hear something positive. I'm sitting up here for sure. All right, so at this time, as I mentioned, we're gonna, as a reminder, if you have any other comments, questions, you can always email the board at trustees@austinic.org. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to move briefly into exec session. Did you have something, Trustee Zapata? I'm so sorry.
I mean, we could do it after. I just think it would be nice, I mean, if it's okay, Superintendent, can we sing everybody?
No.
Yeah. Let's do that after. Let's do that momentarily. Yes. So we will briefly convene an executive session to discuss items on the agenda tonight. So we will now recess the open meeting at 7:54 p.m. and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.071, 551.076, and 551.0821. Thank you so much. We'll be back. All right, it is 9:02 p.m. and we're back in open session. Our next items are part of our commitment to discuss student achievement and have a presentation on the MOY third grade MAP growth, reading and math reporting, goal progress measures for goals 1 and 2 on the retooled scorecard. Before we hear our presentation, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. So does anyone have evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? Okay, great. So since we all agree, we will turn the floor to Superintendent Segura for the presentation. And before we begin, I just want to remind the board that we have the little purple sheet. Hold on, where is it? Our little LSG, thank you, little LSG framework here. So we do want to make sure that every trustee has a chance to ask at least one question using this as a guide, so thank you. All right, go for it, or go for it.
Thank you, President Singh. The team and I will be presenting on the end-of-year third grade MAP growth, reading, and math. I have joining me Patty Rodriguez, Deputy Superintendent of Teaching, Learning, and Leading, Dr. Marianne Maxwell, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Academics, Lakeisha Drinks, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools, and Dylan Finan, Director of Campus and District Accountability. And so we have a presentation, if we could pull it up. Should be there you go. All right, thank you very much. And so this is Goal Progress Monitoring 1.1, 1.2, and for our community and boards, kind of for background context, this is part of the retooled scorecard. We are presenting on Goal 1. And so Goal 1, third grade students earning meets grade level on the STAR reading assessment in English or Spanish will increase from 49% in June of 2020 to 60% by June of 2026. The goal progress measure, which is identified as 1.1, students identified on the reading map assessment for third grade at the on-grade level or above will increase from 35% in June of 2021 to 60% by August of 2026. And our goal progress measure 1.2, students identified on the reading map assessment for second grade at the on-grade level or above will increase from 24% in June of 2021 to 60% by August of 2026. And so now we'll have Patty Rodriguez take us through the next portion of the presentation.
Okay, good evening. So in Austin, we believe in student engagement and meaningful learning and long-term success for all of our students. We also understand that if we leverage our research-based instructional practices, student-centered literacy and numeracy practices, while valuing a student's cultural and linguistic assets, we can develop these lifelong learners, and this truly is our objective. The following two quotes that you see here they're around early learning and early literacy, and early numeracy. They're also touch a bit on culturally responsive teaching. These really represents to us what the research already tells us, which that strong foundational skills in literacy and numeracy are really essential for many successes in many areas in life for our students and their educational journey. Secondly, culturally responsive teaching leads to positive academic outcomes for our students. And this is because when we do this, our students are more likely to feel connected, they're more likely to feel engaged and take ownership of their learning. And so now we really want to dig a little bit into the data, and so I'll turn it over to Mr. Finan to go over some of this data with us.
Good evening, thank you. This first table shows us our progress monitoring efforts that we engaged in over the year to look at Goal 1. Specifically tonight, we're looking at the spring or EOY administration. As you can see, for both GPMs 1.1 and 1.2, we saw an increase in the percentage of students that were projected to be at meets grade level as we progressed throughout the year. In the following two slides, we'll look specifically at the spring results. So in third grade reading, 47% of third grade students have a STAR projected proficiency value at meets grade level or above, which equates to being on grade level. AISD is currently 3 percentage points, or approximately 167 students shy of meeting our end-of-the-year goal, which was 50%. When we look at that for second grade reading, 48% of students in second grade have a STAR projected proficiency value of meets grade level or above. AISD is currently 2 percentage points, or approximately 83 students shy of meeting our end-of-the-year goal, which is 50%. Dr. Maxwell will now follow up with some key takeaways.
Good evening. So some of the key takeaways that we've had just from looking at this screener data, overall, the key takeaways on the screen really get into more of the disaggregated data from different student populations. But overall, we can see that we have had some in-year growth from beginning of year to end of year in reading in both second and third grade. We've also had year-over-year growth if you compare the spring results from this year to the spring results from last year. We've had a few percentage point increase in third grade and also several percentage points in second grade. We have met several of our targets for different student populations in both second and third grades. There has been an upward trend also in almost every student population from spring of 2023 to spring of 2024, with a few exceptions. And we've seen the most significant increases in second grade. And then when you look at the range of improvement from last year to this year, that for third grade, it was a range anywhere between 2 and 5 percentage points. For second grade, it was actually a range of improvement anywhere from 10 to 19 percentage points. In both of those ranges, our Black and African American students, our Hispanic students, and some of our economically disadvantaged populations had the largest increases at 5 percentage points and even 16 and 18 percentage points. But even then, those were some of the largest gains we had. We still see a significant disparity in outcomes for these ethnicities and economically disadvantaged when compared to the all students.
Now we're going to take a look at our progress monitoring related to mathematics in third and second grade. Once again, this table summarizes our progress monitoring of Goal 2 throughout the course of the school year. We're looking specifically at our spring results. Once again, in general, we've seen an increase in the percentage of students projected to be on grade level in third grade math. We see a small increase in second grade math, and in the following 2 slides, I'll discuss the specifics. So in math, 39% of third grade students have a STAR projected proficiency value of meets grade level and above. AISD is currently 11 percentage points, or 609 students shy of meeting of our end-of-the-year goal of 50%. In second grade math, 29% of second grade students have a STAR projected proficiency value of meets grade level and above. AISD is currently 21 percentage points, or approximately 1,165 students shy of meeting our end-of-the-year goal, which is 50%. Once again, I'll hand it over to Dr. Maxwell to do some key takeaways.
So some of the key takeaways we see in math are more of a mixed bag than what we've seen in the upward trends in reading. We did not meet most of our targets for those individual student populations in math. We do have an upward trend in third grade, but we see a downward trend actually in second grade. In math from when you're looking at spring of 2023 to spring of 2024. So our performance this year compared to the same time last year. Overall, there's just definitely a larger gap in math than in reading between the student populations and their targets and all students and the overall goal. So we definitely have a longer way to go in math. And again, we see the same trend here. There continues to be a disparity in the outcomes for our Black and African American and Hispanic students, especially when combined with economic status.
Okay, so we have identified some root causes, and I'm actually going to pair them together in reading and math where I see some trends, and then talk about specifically some things that are specific to the content area. So for both reading and math, we see that where there has been an upward success for both reading and math. There's been an increased focus on professional learning, whether this was through PLCs at the campus area or because campuses participated in different district offerings or coaching. Also, we noticed that campuses that had an accurate response to the data by supporting students either through interventions or through small groups also were more successful, in that it also includes interventions for students. For math specifically, we did see that it was positive student outcomes when we had the implementation of 5E model specifically for math. Where we saw limited growth for both math and reading is where we saw inconsistencies in targeted intervention. So that means that campuses did not either consistently provide intervention or we didn't respond accurately to the data and provide intervention. Inconsistencies in the implementation of evidence-based instructional strategies. And something else that I have brought forward before is really not having a district coaching model. And so in the absence of that, not all campuses utilize effective observation and feedback cycles in order to support the continued growth for our teachers. In reading specifically, there was also some lack of opportunities to just practice reading, to have students actually read and increase fluency. And for math specifically, there was a lack of hands-on learning opportunities, and that's really needed when you're trying to develop and have that conceptual understanding and some of those foundational skills. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Drinks to really talk about the next steps.
So the design, refine, and monitoring strategies for teaching, learning, and leading align with 3 pillars of success that we observe in classrooms with high-achieving students. These are belonging and connectedness, strong instructional practices, and high expectations. And so some supports that we've designed for the 24-25 school year are an early literacy walkthrough tool for administrators so that there's an intense focus on research-based instructional best practices. And then we're pairing that with the coaching protocol for our district and campus leadership so that we're able to in real time address and coach teachers in their development. We're also scaffolding our curriculum resources to meet the needs of our teachers that are needing more guidance in their lesson plan development. And then the last thing that we've designed is something that I'm really excited about. It's a Connecting Cultures professional learning opportunity that we've rolled out this summer. So far, we've had 30 teachers participate, and we have some additional sessions being offered in July. And during this time, our educators are able to explore some of the challenges that they face in building connections with students. And we're talking about all students, but specifically focusing on our Black and Hispanic students. And then we are helping to set the teachers up for success by designing classroom expectations and routines that are centered around high expectations. And then we also have a need to refine some of our practices. And so our support provided by instructional coaches will now lead them to engage more in our professional learning communities. We also will provide Tier 2 and Tier 3 instructional resources and train teachers on those resources so that we are now consistently providing interventions. And then we also are going to reestablish our family support and partnership hub so that we can increase access for our families to services that help support with basic needs and family trainings. And then with that, we also have a need to really target our monitoring. And so we'll monitor the implementation of resources that we do provide for the tiered instruction so that we're able to continue to support teachers with the implementation. And of course, with our new multi-tiered system of support planned, we will monitor to make sure that we are responding to each individual student's data. And then, of course, we want to make sure that our implementation of professional learning communities is on target and data focused. And that concludes our presentation.
All right, thank you. So trustees, do you have any questions for the staff? Again, thinking about our LSG training. So our questions during the meeting will be of a strategic nature, meaning we will ask questions to help us understand how the reality for our students is aligning with our vision. There's also some questions available on board docs that trustees have submitted ahead of time. So we will start, who wants to start? Trustee Hunter, excuse me.
Good evening. Thank you for the report. On slide 12, under root cause analysis, and then in the box labeled limited growth in reading, I have a two-part question for whoever on the team. The first part is, it says, one of the things that has limited growth in reading is lack of opportunities for students to practice. Please explain fully what that means, and then what strategies work to increase that opportunity to practice, and what lessons were learned.
I'll start.
I can start and
You
then
wanna
we'll
jump?
pass. So when we visit literacy classrooms, we tend to see activities that are centered around reading, but not actually reading. So for example, the teacher will read a story and will talk about setting, and then the students might illustrate a similar setting. Or, so again, like the students aren't exactly like sitting and reading text. It's more thoughts around text, and students become better readers by actually reading. And so what we are doing for next year is, again, with the revamping of the curriculum, which I'll let Dr. Maxwell talk a little bit more about, is actually providing the tasks for the students to engage in so that the teacher isn't really having to come up with all of these things on their own. And so really the students spend a significant amount of time actually reading the text.
Yeah, no, that was a great answer, but also just to talk a little bit about that curriculum, we just wanted to be much more explicit in the supports that we were providing teachers in order to use the resources. And sometimes if you're not explicit enough, you take a leap from what you feel is the lesson, and then you what we've seen is moving to again, a task or an activity that's centered around reading, but actually isn't connected to the learning or the practice of reading itself. So even for our earliest learners, that would look something like, I've just learned maybe a vowel pattern, and now I'm going to actually have a book in my hand that's connected to that I'll practice decoding when I'm ready to be released for that. So they really have time to master and practice. It's a huge part of early literacy, and our students, just from our observations, are not getting enough time to do that.
Thank you.
And if I can think of another example, we see some, from time to time, word searches and crossword puzzles, and that's not exactly reading. It's practicing maybe spelling skills, but not the practice of decoding and reading.
Thank you.
All right. I had a couple of questions. Let me find this slide with the disaggregated data. How come I can't find it? Okay. So slide 33, I believe, where we are seeing, unfortunately, this familiar pattern, and are seeing differences between our different groups of students. There are, I had submitted a question asking about outliers. I'm not sure if, I probably should have been more specific, but when I'm referring to outliers, it's really more about our campuses that serve primarily economic, like where are the campuses where our historically underserved students are doing well? Like, first of all, does that even, there are some cases, and so what I'm trying to elucidate are, what are the characteristics of those campuses, and the work that's being done there. I'm guessing, so like when I look at, for example, I mean, let's just pick student, like, when you're looking at students experiencing poverty by ethnicity and race, you know, and you see, okay, well, we have 3% of African-American students in second grade who are meeting or above on the math map assessment versus, 24% of our Asian students. And, it's just like the disparities are huge. There are a lot of factors that are in our control, and you've listed them out really well, I think, by the interventions and the things that you're doing. But I think what I'm hungry for is getting a sense of what we know about the campuses where our students are actually doing really well, like our African American, Hispanic, special education, EcoDis, where they're doing really well. And and what can we learn from that? How can we expand what's happening at those campuses to other places?
So one thing that we find true of the campuses that are doing well is that they do have systematic interventions, and they are responding to individual student data. And so in reaching out to the principals of some of the campuses that are doing well with the African American student group, there are very specific and strategic check-ins with the classroom teacher regarding the achievement and the growth of those students. And then when a student is struggling, there are conversations had during the child study team meeting, and then interventions are planned. And I think the key is that the interventions are systematic, they're ongoing, and they're consistent. Where we're finding a break in student achievement is that there's not always consistency in the delivery of the intervention, and also there's a lack of consistency and sound instructional practice for the Tier 1 instruction. I would say that's the big piece. I think another thing that sometimes we don't value enough are relationships, and really for students to really feel connected to the teacher that's delivering the instruction. And when you walk into a classroom, it hits you immediately. It hits you, you know right away that that student feels like the teacher that is delivering instruction cares about them, that they're invested, and that they are teaching to them. And in full transparency, I see an absence of that. It's clear when you walk into a classroom and the 5 Black males are sitting at the back of the class, they're totally checked out, but class is running as normal. And so that is a place that we are intervening. And so I spoke a little bit about the connections training that we have we are offering this summer. That is a key piece. I think it's the first piece of training to help teachers to build relationships, because without those, no matter how knowledgeable the teachers are, the students just have not been able to connect. And I'm generalizing, but it happens more times than I'd like to see. Beyond that, when students are doing well, the campuses have sound instructional practices. The teachers have planned out the lesson, they know how to execute, they're assessing as they teach, and they're intervening as they teach. And so it prevents the gaps that we see currently from building, because the teacher recognizes right away, like Lakeisha doesn't know XYZ, and then they have the tools in their toolbox to address the gap in the moment. And so with the training and the resources that we are providing beginning next year for Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction, it should enable all of our campus to systematically intervene, and to intervene right away when we see that students are struggling. And so those are the big pieces that we hear from campuses. I don't think that it's any like one particular program that a campus is using that we would say, hey, let's expand that across the district. I think it really is doing the things that we know work, but do it systematically, and then also monitor for the effectiveness.
So I think what I'm hearing is you all have a good sense of what is missing in implementation. And I often do hear like training as the solution. I don't know, I'm not fully I don't know, like, as I think back at my teaching days, and they always wanted to give us training. But it's like, no, I don't need training. I just need like somebody to work with these kids in a small group. Like, I need like 2 of me in the classroom. And so, and yeah, you can get training to learn how to be more effective, but sometimes it's just the resources, right? And so I kind of wanted to hear from our superintendent a little bit about, like I heard you mention MTSS and how that fits into this. And do we have, can you talk a little bit about how the implementation of what's required with MTSS level 1, 2, 3, how that might vary from campus to campus and why? Beyond just training, but like, are there other resources? I'm just curious to know.
Yeah, so this is something that we've been really working through for a little while now, because we know that the implementation of MTSS with Fidelity is going to require, potentially additional resources. And so when you think about MTSS, multi-tier systems of support, the idea is that Tier 1 instruction, the foundation, is occurring, at all of our classrooms and is being delivered by our educators in the classroom, right? That's where it lives. And the support that we provide those teachers are primarily through instructional coaches, so they become stronger Tier 1 practitioners. Now, as a student, by way of the child study team, is identified as needing additional interventions, they move to Tier 2 and Tier 3. The challenge that we're having, and this is something that Dr. Maxwell, I think, just alluded to, but we probably need to spend a little more time talking about, is that when you have a campus where a large number of students really need Tier 2 interventions, we don't necessarily have the resources to provide Tier 2 interventions, right? And because you think about it, we just talked about it, small groups, right? Other folks, and we talk about those being interventionists. And so for us, one of the things that we're trying to really understand is we have these constraints in some of our most vulnerable schools where large students, just use an example, you have 100 students, let's say 60% of the students are not on grade level, and so they're identified as needing potentially Tier 2 interventions. Well, to support that number of students, we would need probably 8 or 9 interventionists. Well, we don't have that resource. So what ends up happening is you take the students and you have to get information from the child study team and say, okay, out of all the students that technically need Tier 2 intervention, how many of those do we absolutely need to focus on? And then the rest who really do need it kind of still are combined with high quality Tier 1. And so what's happening and what we're seeing in some of these campuses is a real need to provide additional support. And this is one of the ways that we can do it, but it is a budget expense. It is something that we're going to have to consider moving forward. But you can see very quickly how these schools that need these supports, without them, it's going to take a longer period of time to get where we want to be than we would maybe want to. And so that's one of the things that we're working through, and it's that dynamic of where kind of the practice of MTSS combined with talent strategy and the personnel component really create a tension in our system because we just don't have, in some cases, the resources to provide that level across the board. But again, that is how it kind of comes together, and that is a constraint that we have. And there's another question around, and you heard me say it here 3 or 4 months ago, if there's a couple $1 million, $3 million that we could squeeze out, and if there's one thing I could rely on and like bet on, like as the one thing I'd want to support, it would be interventionists. And so we are strategizing around what that might look like. And just to be clear, the instructional coaches that we didn't have 2 years ago that were brought on this year, they're supporting our educators for Tier 1 instruction. And so you have to have both. I'll be very, very clear. You cannot just, consume all of the instructional coaches and the interventionists and vice versa. You really need to support the entire system to have a healthy educational ecosystem. Dr. Maxwell, what'd I miss? All right.
I really appreciate that you share that. I think that gives, it really demonstrates to me a clear understanding of like with specificity, what might be missing from some of our, that's keeping us from having better test scores, quite honestly. And so as I look through the root cause analysis, I'm looking to see where what you just said shows up. And it might show up in various areas. So like, I don't know, maybe it's the inconsistencies in targeted interventions?
Yes, that would be it.
Is that probably the one?
Yes.
So so when I think, and this is maybe a conversation we have for next year after we adopt our scorecard and think about what our board monitoring looks like, that is one of the things I want to hear. Like, you probably know what the need is at each campus, because we're going to have a system and we know where every kid is, right? And then you know what your staff is. I think it would be very helpful to see the gap between the need and the staffing. I don't know how you quantify that, but for every single campus, because that allows us to shift our focus on the theory of change, and not none of us here blames the students or blames the teachers, but it's blaming the other. But it's really attributing our challenges to structural things that we need to be offering, and it allows us to say this is exactly what they need. It's more specific than this, a very general thing, and that's what I think. Because I would bet if we had two campuses that serve similar types of populations of kids, but one is doing better than the other, there's something different in the resources. And I want to know what those are, so that when we formulate our budget, we're advocating for the right things. And that's how you tie student outcomes to budget. And, hopefully we'll get there. But this type of conversation is moving us in the right direction. So thank you for that analysis, Superintendent, and to the staff too for your input. Secretary Boswell.
Yes, thank you for all of this. Really appreciate it. And I feel like there's some very specific, satisfying specificities. So thank you for bringing a lot of that to us. I want to really dive into a little bit more the root cause of the gaps we continue to see for our students' experience. Poverty certainly has been a consistent theme we talk about, and I know it's woven throughout the data that you've shared with us. And again, the data that our Black or African American students who are not experiencing poverty are also really falling behind. And I really appreciate the slide with a lot of the root causes, but are we seeing some of those issues concentrated more at certain schools? Are we seeing, why are we not seeing this in a universal way? Why are we seeing it in a way we know that our schools are geographically segregated? We know by income, by race, by a lot of things, and by the outcomes we're seeing too often. And so how does the root cause connect with the people, the individual students we're seeing and the student groups we're seeing the biggest challenges with?
So having effective instructional strategies that are research-based really support all students. I want to point that out first. However, you're going to see where there's a lack or there's an inconsistency of that, you're really going to see it show up in outcomes for our most marginalized students, because you are talking about students that potentially already come in with deficiencies or they have gaps. So then on top of that, we're using instructional strategies that may or may not be, working or may not be at the right rigor to support our students, our individual students. And so you're going to see that show up even more with our marginalized students. Although I know you didn't ask specifically about PLCs, during the PLC time is when our teachers really have an opportunity to discuss this and really talk about those instructional strategies, to dig into the curriculum, to really understand how that standard should be taught at the right level of rigor. And if our students are not there yet, because everyone has a different starting point, those are the opportunities for our teachers to really engage in. Then what does that look like? How do we scaffold? How do we bring the rigor back up within that lesson? Because just as Dr. Maxwell talked about before, we can't have everyone in Tier 3. We just don't have the resources in order to support in that way. And so that differentiation has to happen during that Tier 1 instruction. Now, those are teacher moves, and that's going to take a very experienced teacher in order to understand and know how to do that. And so I really stress bringing in the PLCs, that that's an opportunity where our teachers really are able to talk about the practices, model the practices, support each other with the practices. And so the PLCs is another important piece that we're looking at as an entire department.
Thank you for that.
And then going back to the resources, as President Singh mentioned, teachers are key, right? And so over the last couple of years, we did have schools with the same demographics experiencing more vacancies. I was debriefing with one of the executive directors this week, and she felt much better about where we are with staffing, so thanks to our talent strategy team for that. So we do now feel like we have teachers in place, and so now it really is building their capacity and supporting them where they need. But you are right, we did see campuses with certain demographics go through the last couple of years with existing vacancies throughout the year.
Great, thank you so much for all of that. And really a follow-up to that, kind of continuing to look at those root causes of these gaps that we continue to see. Do you have a sense of how much of it is kind of that numbers game that Superintendent Segura was talking about, that we have, you know, a long legacy of not supporting students equally across the district? The data certainly shows us, it's telling us that story. It's you know, when we really sit and look at it in a disaggregated way, which we weren't doing consistently until a few years ago. To what degree are we seeing a concentration of need in places that really is demanding that concentration of resources in a moment when we don't have those resources, but when that's really part of the answer? To what degree is that what we need the most in our highest need schools, where we're seeing the students with the largest distance to grow?
Yeah, I think it would be very beneficial that we look at the supports in terms of what does staffing look like for particular campuses. When we talk about supports, what specific supports look like for particular campuses. It might, you know, even come down to how to, at the district level, send coaches to specifically work with teachers. And another big part of it that we've discussed is the capacity building of it. If we're not able to have someone there every single day, then the times that they are there, whether they're coaches, that we're building the capacity with all of the campus leaders, we're supporting the supports. And that's what you have to do to make sure that when we leave, when the professional development is over, that the implementation continues, and then to make sure that we're building the capacity for the leaders. And again, I'll stress that we've also talked about a coaching cycle. We need something so that we can ensure that the teachers are getting the right feedback and really bite size, and that there is a leader that's in place that really understands how to give that feedback and then how to go back and follow up. And if they're not being successful, then to be able to provide some additional supports or resources to say, let's try this, let's try something else. So I think, yes, exploring different types of staffing, exploring how resources and professional development could be more tailored and differentiated for specific campuses, I think would be extremely beneficial.
One strategy that we've implemented going into next year is supporting our novice principals that are at schools that have more academic challenges. And so it has been really a priority for my team to not have a new principal and a novice assistant principal. So you'll find that some of our assistant principals have new assignments for next year, all voluntary, no one kicking and screaming, so that we could pair a novice principal with an assistant principal that does have experience in the assistant principal position. And in most cases, that assistant principal has aspirations to become a campus principal in the very near future. Because when you're learning the principal position, it's sometimes hard to double back and develop the talent of your assistant principal. And so again, this is another way that we're trying to set our novice principals up for success is for those leading our highest need campuses.
Thank you for that. I appreciate both of those answers, and I think we know that we have had an unusual amount of principal turnover in the past few years at our campuses where our students have the highest needs, so that's exciting to hear. Thank you for that. I'd like to talk about the SPP values, and can you remind me what that stands for?
Star projected proficiency.
Star projected proficiency, that's right. I didn't know if it was performance, proficiency. I knew it was star projected something. So I'd like to understand which of our students that star projected proficiency value is most predictive for, and whether we are seeing groups of students who it is less predictive for, and what we understand about that.
So we haven't done a formal analysis of that, but we have done like napkin analysis to feel for it. This year, in terms of third grade, if you just look at the overall percentage, the percentage of kids projected to meet meets at third grade in both math and reading matched what they actually were meets in on STAR at the end of the year. So from that perspective, now that's not a student to student. That's not to say every kid that was predicted to got meets. If you think about it, it's very good at predicting the kids who did not meets and the kids who are masters, which makes sense because those are the easiest. Like, oh, this kid really doesn't know. This kid really knows way more than he needs to. So it predicts those two very well, but then in the middle, it's more nuanced, right? So it's less predictive when you get to that meets area or that approaches area, but at masters in the other end. Once again, that would be a full study, and they have an alignment study that NWA does that is available to read. So they do the same thing to analyze their own results. But generally, that's what we see. And in the past years, it's been anywhere from 70 to 75% predictive in terms of a student being at that value or higher. Not the specific, but once again, these are napkin analysis, not like a full research, but about 70-75% of that value or higher, which is pretty good.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm really intrigued. I'd love to talk a little bit more about that upward trend in reading that we're seeing among our second grade students. And I know this time last year, you brought us some information about groups that you felt optimistic that the new reading training was having an impact. What are we seeing? What's your understanding of why we're seeing that specifically with our second graders, knowing what we know about where they were during the pandemic, what the new reading curriculum has been, what the training our teachers have gotten, kind of what are you understanding about why we're seeing that with our second graders? And do we think that'll follow them up?
Well, I think there are maybe a few things to think about with the second grade. I do think that ultimately there is an upward trend in second grade that similar to what we see in third grade. I don't know how much of that upward trend is attributable to them taking a different test this year. So last year they took the K2 test. This year they took the 2-5 test. And so if you look at beginning, middle, and end of year for second grade, all of those are actually pretty significantly higher than last year's assessment. Also, last year's assessment, I don't know, Dylan, you might be able to help answer this question. I know with the 2-5 test, they offer the STAR projected proficiency. They also offer that measure with the K2 test?
For second grade, yes.
For second grade,
yeah,
okay.
But not for Spanish test.
But it's a different assessment, and so you might get different proficiency levels because of or a different level of correlation. Because of the different assessment. And so I'm not sure how much of that. I think there is an upward trend, and again, we're kind of seeing similar data and observations of what students can do and what they know in our early classrooms. I'm just not sure how many percentage points are really attributable to that or just the change in the assessment.
Oh, thank you for that, Dr. Maxwell. So what I'm hearing you say is that some of that may be real and some of that may be an artifact, and we just don't quite know.
It's possible. I think we need another year of assessment to really make that determination.
Okay. We'll see you again next May.
Yeah, I'll be here.
Or June, yeah, thank you. And I have another question about root cause. You're saying that you saw larger gains in our African-American students, and the data are showing us for our African-American students and Hispanic students, obviously they have farther to grow, especially our students who are Black and African-American. Do you understand why do we have, I mean, that's good news, even though there's much farther to go, but if that's what we're going to need to see, obviously, those disproportionately large gains to get where we need to be. Do you have a sense of why we saw that this year in our reading?
Well, I think that really that was more consistent in reading than it was in math, and so we didn't quite see the same trend in gains across the student populations. However, as Ms. Rodriguez mentioned earlier, when you see these high-quality practices implemented at schools where we have a lot of risk factors, where there are some more challenges in academics and learning, then you will see greater impact on the students when you do implement those practices. I think we've just begun this last year to really not just train, as President Singh mentioned. I think we all went through that where we were trained once and then we're supposed to know how to do things really well after that. And we either didn't have the resources or maybe the follow-up and the training or the quality coaching to really execute. And so our whole approach this last year wasn't just the training, but it was lots of follow-up, lots of coaching, lots of walkthroughs, support of what's actually being implemented in the classrooms. And so there were some gains, I think, when you do all of that together, and it takes all of that complex system. When you do that, you will see those more underserved populations, those more marginalized groups grow a little more quickly.
And I think it's important also to state that we're calling it out, right? Like when we look at the data, we are calling out, like, how are your Black students doing? How are your emergent bilingual students doing? When we unpack the data with our campus leadership teams, when I meet with the executive directors, we look at the data disaggregated by student group, because you do have to center it, right? Like it's not gonna, like we're not gonna get the gains by chance. Like we really do have to look at groups and think about what we're doing and then the adjustments that we need to make.
Thank you both for that. I appreciate that. And I think, Ms. Drinks, that goes back to what you were saying about going into a classroom and seeing a row of young Black men sitting and disengaged and calling that out. So yeah, I appreciate that. And it's miles to go and exciting to see a larger gain because we know we have to escalate those gains. So thank you for that. A question about math and really what we know about that, what more we know about that disparity between the upward trend in third grade math and the downward trend in second grade math. Do you have a sense of what's going on there and why?
Yeah, I'll start. I think it really is the shifting of resources. Really, because I did reach out to some principals to see if some of my assumptions were true, and they were. Once we shifted into the second semester, we approached STAR. We have third grade on the scorecard, and so when you have limited resources, that's where the resources shifted, and that's full transparency.
We like full transparency, and that's interesting, and it's good to know when resources shift, things can happen, and even better, we've been talking a lot about our budget because I know it's such a painful year, and it's about where we can put resources. So thank you for that transparency. I appreciate that. And then I have one more follow-up, and I may have more when we come back around, but really a corollary to Trustee Hunter's question about the reading, the opportunities to read. In class, you mentioned the corollary with our math scores, just a lack of that hands-on practice and translating those concepts to something that's concrete. So you can go back up to that abstract concept. Can you tell me a little bit more about why you think I know we've supplied classrooms with that. I know you've done a lot of training with that, but to what degree, what do you understand about why that isn't happening? In some places, why is that the case?
Well, we have supplied classrooms with those materials, but I will say that they did not hit campuses at the beginning of the year on time. And so when you get going as a teacher and you start on your path and you start the way that you plan, it's difficult to change course in the middle of the year. We did roll out some trainings with our STEM Scopes math curriculum so that teachers could use it a little more efficiently, really understand it a little bit better. But again, once you start the year, that gets a little tougher for that to grab hold. So at this point, classrooms are outfitted with much more hands-on opportunities in math, lots of really great manipulatives. We also recognized that the math curriculum did not lend itself to the explicit nature of really being able to use the resource. STEM Scopes is a wonderful resource, but you really have to know the 5E model very well in order to implement it. And our curriculum didn't quite lay out yet. We had just started a review, like a revamp the curriculum the year before. And so this year we are doing that even more so that it's more explicit. It really lays it out for teachers. This is when you would pull this lesson. We're actually including in the curriculum, you will need upfront these manipulatives in order to complete this lesson. You will need these things when it's time for differentiated small group because some of your students will likely have trouble in these areas of common misconception. That's really it's critical everywhere. I think it's even more critical in math because we have just a little less understanding about math implementation and math should look like. And we've invested more time and training in that over the last several years with literacy. So there are a few of the things that we've done, but that's kind of what we've seen in the classroom. Sometimes when we go in, we see excellent examples of using all of those things together, and the kids really, for lack of a better term, know math. Mm-hmm.
Knowing math is the goal. There's not a better term. So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, that's it. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Trustee Zapata.
At a time where, we're really tight in our budget, I was curious about, the consistency and inconsistency. I mean, that it's not happening across the board, and it could be for many reasons. And a lot of times it's the resources, right? We need that support for all those students. I was curious, because I haven't heard anything about, is any of this shared with parents so they could be that support with the teacher?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, absolutely. As a matter of fact, as Ms. Drinks has pointed out, she did a little bit of research and then also in observations that parent support specialists were definitely involved on the campuses that did see successes, reaching out to parents, letting them know the importance of not just academics, but also attendance, maybe, wraparound services or ways that they can support their students at home. LMHPs also were involved in some of the campuses that did see successes as well. So where you see that engagement between home and that home and school connection, we did see some, some successes there. And those are some of the things that the principal, as Ms. Drinks stated, has named as being, part of like what they feel was part of the success.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Pardon me. Thank you. Trustee Lugo. No, but we're just going down the line. We all have to ask a question. But if you want us to come back to you, we can come back to you. Or if somebody else has already asked a question that you had, that's fine too. Trustee Whitley-Chu?
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm pulling up my... Keep looking through all the good information y'all have given us. So when we're looking at the gaps in mathematics between our economically disadvantaged students and non-academically disadvantaged students, y'all have gone on, given us a lot of really good information on the root causes. Are there any strategies that worked really well that haven't been mentioned, or anything that didn't work that we've learned from this year?
No, I think based on the research that we've done with campuses, we've pretty much covered the bulk of them. It really is staffing, having access to extra support for interventions, providing teachers with training, streamlining the curriculum. I think those are pretty much the big pieces.
Thanks for summarizing that so well, and thank you to my colleagues for asking great questions. Thank you. Yeah, my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have a question? Okay. VP Foster.
Hi. So I really appreciated, the specific aspects of the presentation in terms of how sort of it illuminated things, especially around root cause and looking at both growth and you call it limited growth. We'll just call it limited growth, right? And then there was, within that, there's things we hear about a lot around, like, so the existence of the PLC, the effectiveness of the actual moment of the PLC, different practices in terms of hands-on opportunities for learning, et cetera, and it's happening here, it's not happening there. So when it comes to board support for the things that you're seeing need to happen, and they're not happening here, they are happening there, and you come up with your plan. So it was like slide 13, define, refine, monitor. So that's that define stage. When you dug in a little bit deeper, there was what we're calling root cause, but then to get to the root cause, you say, well, one of the things we need to do is ensure that the leadership on the campus looks like such and such. And we know where we have novice principals. Well, one of the things we've determined, which I really loved, is that if we're going to have a novice principal, let's have an AP who's like locked in and probably knows the local context, has been around the block, when there's really going to be that wind beneath the wings, is supportive of the new principal. So that's a support for these things that you're talking about, actually seeing that they are implemented with fidelity by seeing that we have the right staffing in place. So you see how we're getting like further from the classroom, but in a productive way. So it seems like what the board could be doing or should be doing is when you've said, I don't know why PLCs become our thing, but you've said this is what it is about PLCs and this is what they should look like. And we get these anecdotals about like what's really happening in the PLCs. And then we get these anecdotals of, no, my PLC, here's how we rock it, and here's the things we do, and it's great. So we hear both. And then you point out, well, when it works well, it looks like this. When it doesn't work well, it looks like that. Where we can be supportive is obviously not sitting in a PLC with a third grade reading, whatever. But we can be supportive when you say, for the PLC to work, we need to have these things in place at the 30,000-foot level. So, Lakeisha, your example was, with the reality of novice principals, let's get a veteran AP. What are some of the other things around that are like sort of high level, that are really board level considerations of support? And also, what are the board level support when it comes to having an understanding so that when we're chatting with teachers and they're asking us questions, or when we're chatting with families and they're asking us questions, we can sort of intelligently say, this is the theory of action, this is what's going on. So how can we be supportive both on the structural level, but also in terms of what needs to be communicated to our community. That was a lot.
I'm processing, so if I get anything incorrectly, let me know. And I'm glad that you brought up the PLCs, and that's just one example. So when I think of PLCs, a coaching cycle, I'll say skillful fidelity to the curriculum, because that means autonomy, and we definitely want that. We want creativity. We want to make sure that our teachers have input in the activities that they provide for their students. We need to have coherence in all of that. And it doesn't mean that every single campus, when they go into a PLC or when they're conducting a coaching cycle or during observations and feedbacks, that it looks exactly the same, but that we have these essential elements. And what those essential elements tells us is that we are successful when these things are accomplished. They don't have to look exactly the same. It's not a 1A, 1, 2, right, and so on and so forth, but it's definitely, did we accomplish these things? And we name what those things need to be. There are actual studies that tell us in a PLC, if teachers are unpacking a lesson, however that may look like, if teachers have an opportunity to practice, not the entire lesson, but to practice specific parts of that lesson that they would find the most difficult in delivering in Tier 1 instruction, that could be the differentiation piece that we talked about, because not all students are able to, to be in Tier 2 or Tier 3 instruction. There are these essential elements that can provide us that coherence across the district and still allow for autonomy, creativity, all of the things that we really believe in, that I believe in, that we believe in, to occur. But we have to see results. And so when I do hear, hey, we have really successful PLCs here, the way that we define success is, did we walk out of that PLC with some of these essential elements accomplished? Not that that the PLC felt good and people were excited. We want that too, but there has to be that what is the impact, and how is it then, how do we see that being implemented into the classrooms? And I'm excited, and I get excited about these things because we're there. We have the capacity to do that. But yes, we do need the support so that we have coherence all the way from the district into every single classroom, because that is what matters. The teachers delivering that is the impact of the teachers learning, and then how that is seen in the classrooms, and then how that results into student outcomes. I hope I answered some of it.
Yeah. But you could even get even a little more pointed if if we dare. So we're dealing with our budget, and I said earlier that there was something I wasn't really for until Talent Strategy came and said, this is how we're thinking about compensation. And how they were thinking about compensation seemed to me to directly align with some of the things that have been pointed out that need to shift a little bit. So somebody was sharp enough to say, okay, a first-year teacher looks like this, a third-year teacher looks like that, a fifth-year teacher looks like that. And when things are going well, that fifth-year teacher is rocking and rolling and going, I can make some more money somewhere else, or I can lighten my sort of life load a little bit, or I just got married. And there's a whole bunch of things that has that teacher then leave the profession, go to another campus where the situation is different, et cetera, et cetera. So that leads to the possibility of the board thinking about supporting compensation that accounts for that and adjusts for that and helps you get the right teachers in the right building, right? So that's to me close to a concrete about how at the board level we can do our work and stay in our governance lane and stay in our sort of visionary and structural lane and be supporting the things that you identify, because you might identify great practices, but we haven't created the conditions of possibility for those great practices to be consistently implemented. So like if, seriously, like if there are some things like, I just wish y'all would do this when it came to such and such. Oh, see, Ms. Drink said, she said, she had it, and she's trying to decide whether she wants to say it. But I mean, this is, we have to move forward, and we won't move, like, when you all get it, we have to be ready to do the things, sometimes they're hard to do, that support the structures that make those things possible. So what are some of the things?
I can name a couple, and I know Ms. Drinks wants to name some too, so I'll give her an opportunity. Definitely looking at how we can explore different ways of incentivizing our teachers to become lead teachers. Yes, we want to grow our own and then be able to retain those teachers. And that's something also that Chief Hosak and I had a conversation. It's actually her idea, and I'm bringing it up here into the space. But there's definitely a need for lead teachers, for those teachers that we can count on for like trainer of trainers, to really be the coaches inside of the PLCs to support administration. But then it's a peer. You're learning from your colleague, you're learning from your peer. Absolutely, interventionists are needed, and very needed at certain campuses where we do have a high population of students, that if today we were to say these are our tier 1 students, our tier 2 and tier 3, we would have campuses that have high percentages in numbers, and we want to serve all of them. Yes, realistically, we are to provide differentiation during tier 1, during the core, but realistically, would a student who has larger gaps gain more from having a one-on-one from a teacher, an actual certified teacher who knows how to deliver those interventions? Absolutely. Would you see bigger gains? Absolutely. So those are the two that are really like top of mind for me. I don't know if Ms. Drinks would like to add.
Again, I think continuing to provide space for PLCs, that is new to the elementary schedule. I think it started maybe 2 years ago, maybe just last year. Because I would say that really is one of our barriers is time. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of training and support we want to give, but there's not always a lot of time to do it. And so that 90 minutes a week has been extremely helpful for our campuses that are using the time effectively. Of course, now our next step is consistency in that, to make sure that every campus is able to use that time effectively. I would say also just remaining checked in as a board as we move through the MTSS implementation. It is a best practice, one that we should have in place already. Again, something else that's inconsistent, but we can't sit here and say that it's not going to be a heavy lift. And so I think, as you guys hear questions, we are happy to respond to those questions if you're hearing certain things. Because again, for some campuses, it's just going to be tweaks and refinements. For other campuses, it's going to be relatively new. Sad to say, but we are where we are. And so I do think that ongoing conversations about that are going to be helpful because there's not a lot of wiggle room within the order, but we can implement it in a way that just doesn't totally suck the culture and climate out of the districts. But again, it's going to take everyone coming together and really keeping our eye on the goal and troubleshooting as we go. So that's first and foremost in my mind. And again, we're going to be able to accomplish many of the requirements of the MTSS protocols through PLCs. That's where teachers will come together and look at data. That's where they will come together to develop response plans. So moving forward, that time is really going to be key.
I love those. Dr. Maxwell, do you have?
Oh, I have some things.
Good.
I think that especially in a time of our budget that we're in right now, I'm incredibly thankful that our deputy superintendent, our superintendent, and our chief financial officer, thank you, Ed, made the decision to invest heavily in intervention resources, very high quality resources that will provide teachers and training for them, and made a decision to continue to purchase the core math curriculum STEM scopes that we've previously been using. Many districts are feeling heavy pressure to go to the free resources that are provided by the state. Everything has pros and cons, but we have talked this year about the difficulty in continuing to improve instruction when you continue to change the curriculum and the resources on teachers every year. It is hard to get good at something as a teacher when it continues to change. And so that investment and that decision was huge, and it allowed us to continue to write documents to support the use of that curriculum. And I also want to mention that when we're talking about curriculum, I don't ever want to promote the misunderstanding that we expect ever or want ever to walk into a classroom and say, well, you're not on Unit 7, Lesson 2 right now, and you should be. We'll never be looking for it like that. But what we are trying to promote is, one, that we're at minimum providing something that teachers can really use effectively, but two, if you're choosing a different resource, that it is a high quality resource, that it is research based, that it has all of the things in it and the components of literacy and math that are needed. And so our investment in that is huge. I think our continued investment in that, our resources right now, particularly the math, they are on the list to eventually be approved and hopefully reimbursable, but that won't happen this year. So investments like that make a huge difference for our teachers.
I really appreciate that, and that's something we didn't even talk about from the dais, but getting into the weeds of there's some scary free stuff out there, and in this moment, among our 1,100 and however many districts, I bet there's going to be some saying, even against their better angels, getting rid of things that they paid for to get things that are free that they don't, I won't name them, but there's some stuff out there right now. And so thank you. I guess I would share that thanks, that when we see that we have something that we want to, that works, and we want to build upon it, that we continue to do so. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate the concretes that you delivered in terms of, here's some things we can do in terms of recognizing the importance of interventionists, the importance of intervention resources. So speaking, I won't say my language, speaking a language of what works, when you to put it in different words, we're saying on our local campus, we want to keep a teacher there, and we want that teacher to grow, and we want that teacher to become a leader on that campus. I deeply believe in homegrown, teachers. And then if folks move, hopefully they're moving just over here or there, and maybe they're moving because their daughter went to 6th grade and they want to teach somewhere else. But that we're in this nice, tight ecosystem, and we grow our own. And so that means creative incentivization is something I would wholeheartedly applaud if that came our way, to say, you mentor this, here's the stipend that comes with it, or you mentor this, here's what happens. But then you took it in a slightly different direction and talked about the ways in which the board can be supportive in terms of being sort of checked in on these different pieces. And I will say that one of the things that becomes very interesting from the trustee perspective is the range of voices that we hear. And we have to learn to be weighted listeners. And what I mean by that is that some folks are very effective at communicating, and they're sharply articulate. They seem really well-reasoned. They are well-reasoned. They love their kids. They've got a good thing, but they're so good at telling us what they feel in their heart, and we need to listen to that. But then there's other voices that we just don't ever hear, or we only hear a little bitty bit of it. And so we have to learn how to be discerning listeners, but then also discerning communicators back. Because sometimes y'all do stuff that is the right, like, we get it, or we don't get it, but you've done some stuff. But as soon as we know why you did it and how you did it and why you did it, then we're able to go back and say, this is their lane, and this is what they've done, and here's why they've done it, and we're the board and we back it. I love being put in that position. I mean, sincerely, I love that. But for that to happen takes a continual, transparent back and forth that can be really, a challenge because of this architecture, because of this structure that's an artificial bifurcation of humans that is not good in all ways. So I guess I can pledge to you to, really be a listener when you say why you've done things. And sometimes if a parent or a teacher says, I want to find another example besides PLC, but if a teacher says, here's this thing they're making us do on our campus and it's the pits, I'll listen and I'll say, hey, I had this person tell us it's the pits. And if you can say, and you often can, well, let's look into that. It's not being done well or correctly in that space, so let's fix that micro. But macro, we actually believe in the practice. And so what we've learned, admin side, is we need to continually dial in to make sure that the things are done, as we say, with fidelity. On our side, the community has spoken to us. We've communicated to you what they're saying, so win. But once you've explained to us why and what and how, then we can go and say, you know what, this is in the budget. This is something that's in the vision, and this is something we believe in. We thank the administration for doing it, and it's going to be bumpy. If you see any more challenges, raise them up. But I got to tell you, I like what you're doing it. That's oh, bless you, a relationship that I like, that I think we're really going towards and building towards. I hope that all my questions are in the spirit of really us all moving forward, and really ever more being equipped to think about from a structural level and from a governance level and from a visioning level how we can support you in doing what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lugo?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the information, and I really appreciate the dialogue. My question is for the superintendent, and I was looking over the slide and the materials again, because maybe I just missed it, but I'm wondering, and you've had a lot on your mind, so, if you need to come back with a response later, completely understandable. But I am kind of wondering, given what we're seeing in the data and the known constraints, both around like people resources and financial resources, have there been some general thoughts around partnerships, either that we currently have or that we would like to have, not to name a particular organization, but like the types of partnerships that might help accelerate achievement of some of these measures that we check in on?
Yeah, just look, I won't speak to any specific partnerships, but I think generally speaking, we need to get into the habit of striking partnerships that align with our initiatives and our overall goals, but have them be distributed where they're needed the most, right? And right now, as we look at kind of our portfolio of partnerships, how they got to where they are and kind of the data they report to us on how they're improving student outcomes, they vary. That's just the honest truth. But our hope is that as we move forward and can align this work with our initiatives, which we'll report out on our monitoring reports, and then we can weave into it, when we have those partnership opportunities, these are the kind of partners that we need, and this is where we need them located, then we'll have that answer. Because I think that when you look at the campuses that we're wanting to serve in different ways, it's different partners, honestly. So that is a very good question. We do have lots of them, but I can't speak right now to kind of which ones would go where, given where we currently are. But my hope is that there's alignment once we have the scorecard goals, our initiative set, and then really a pursuit of partnerships moving forward.
Yeah. So it sounds like really thinking strategically about, not only who have we already partnered with, but who might we partner with in the future. And
correct.
And if I'm wrong, correct me, but it doesn't always have to necessarily be an exchange of dollars. There sometimes might be partnerships where you know, I don't know what you would describe. I think of it as like in kind, right? Like some sort of partnership where there isn't necessarily an exchange of financial resources. You know, like-
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things that we are taking on, I should say, is a stronger position in mentoring in secondary. And so whenever we have the ability to kind of understand the folks coming in, we have a better strategy in placement. And so now what we'll have is essentially is a K through 12, kind of a resource allocation strategy within AISD that should align to our initiative. So yeah, those would be examples of in kind, where we have different groups that want to kind of give their time in kind. And, we talk about reading. We just heard examples of, partnering with someone to read. That's where we could do this strategically and maybe have a stronger role in placement. So that's a great example. It doesn't always mean dollars are being exchanged. That's absolutely correct.
All right, thank you. My questions have been answered previously.
All right. Yes, Secretary Boswell.
I have a couple of questions looking ahead related to some things you've said about kind of future plans and performance that haven't been answered yet. I know you talked about the data showing that where families are being well engaged, you're seeing some real growth, like larger growth than in some other places, that families you figured out they're an essential, how to make that work. I'm curious about the Family Support Partnership Hub and talking about reviving that and really how you see that supporting families to support that student learning and growth, what you know about that and what the data are showing you about how that is impactful.
So we have a hub in ECST that lists by proximity to a particular school or to each school the resources that are available to the families. And we have just found with turnover with our parent support specialists, with our counselors, with our administration, that there was a lack of awareness in certain areas as to the resources that are available in the hub. And so what we did is we really just streamlined the resources to a user-friendly hub with links, and we're making it available to all campuses. So not just the resources in your immediate area, but resources across the city. Because sometimes parents work outside of where they live, and it may make more sense for them to go to a different facility to take advantage of a certain resource. And so the hub has a wide range of resources, from parenting classes to financial assistance, ways to access free transportation, places where you can find food, clothing, just an array of resources. And so we are going to reintroduce it to our campus leaders in September during our first principals meeting. Because again, I think that there was just a range of awareness, and those that know how to use a resource take advantage of it, and those that don't know that it exists obviously are at a disadvantage. And so really it is just communicating, hey, it's here, this is how you use it, and then having some follow-ups. And so the need for it actually came through our executive directors at a meeting, and like, hey, we are having some parents ask about parenting classes. And luckily, as part of the superintendent's vision, our academics and leadership teams, we meet together on Fridays, so we don't work separately anymore. And so Crystal from MTSS was like, hey, there's this hub. And so then we were able to really take the resources and operationalize it so that it makes sense for campus use. Because sometimes things make sense for us as central office, but not so much sense when it hits the campus. And so that's really the goal, is to make campuses more aware and help them with a plan to provide access to the families.
Good, thank you for that. So it's what I'm hearing is that it's really a family resource to connect families with opportunities that mitigate the impact of families experiencing poverty or some of the other challenges our families are facing, that will then turn around and be in support of students.
Correct.
As distinct from the partnerships that are happening on our campuses that you were talking about earlier.
Right, and in some
Yeah,
cases, it
and
would
hand
be
in hand.
partnerships, like I think right off the top of my head of like the junior league where they distribute shoes. Like that you would take advantage of at the campus level, but we would also still have it located in the hub, so that campuses that don't have that partnership are now aware of the partnership and we're able to make the connection for them.
Fantastic. But yeah, and also I guess distinct from family relationships on campus, that it's a resource and it's so hand in hand. So thank you. I appreciate that. And then I'd love to go back one more kind of how question. I really appreciated those quotes and kind of the science that underlies them. That was, I think, it put into different words a lot of what we hear you saying. And the Zaretta Hammond quote about culturally responsive teaching and brain growth really goes back to Bruce Perry that we talked about, and a lot of, kind of deep foundations in our district that we've built over the past decade or so, the social emotional learning work and things. And I'm really interested hearing Dr. Maxwell talk about the STEM scopes and the curriculum and the investment in that being a foundation of what's helping us move forward. And I know we've just invested in new reading curriculum as well, in addition to all the training that's been done. How all of those things you believe fit together to kind of fit in with what those quotes represent and really helping our students grow in those deep, lasting ways that will show up in our data.
I think that I spoke a little bit earlier about training coupled with actual coaching, observations, implementation in the classroom. This next year for us in the MTSS system is all about implementation. So we'll obviously have some trainings that go with it and some supports, lots of supports around it. But implementation meaning we are all looking at how campuses are implementing these systems and how classroom teachers are implementing all of this together in the classroom, because that is really where everything takes place in that instructional core and what is happening between a teacher and a student every day on a regular basis. So when we are going through the classrooms, we are looking for that intersection. So there are specific things when we're looking at, I know in MTSS we talk a lot about interventions, but tier one and what a teacher is doing at the core is really the heart of any strong instructional system, and it's the heart of MTSS as well. So what we're looking for in core and in tier one, we actually are looking for that intersection of really strong instructional practices in literacy and numeracy, and we name those practices. And we're also at the very same time looking for evidence of relationships with students, student engagement, strong routines in the classroom that support those relationships. And really actually seeing it all in play. And part of it is seeing it in the first place and supporting teachers, identifying any teachers or instructional staff that need support in any areas, coaching involved. Instructional coaches are key here, so are campus leaders as well, and additional follow-ups in the classroom to see what's happening. Because again, I think we can put so many things in place, and if we don't know if it's happening in the classroom, we're not supporting at that level, then implementation really isn't happening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, any other questions or comments? All right, so thank you all for this productive conversation. So now we get to vote on whether or not we accept this monitoring report. So as a point of clarity, we are voting to accept this report as a formal acknowledgement that we have had a satisfactory conversation with the superintendent and staff and have a deeper understanding about how the current reality for students lines up with our vision for them. So at this point, I will entertain a motion for the acceptance of this monitoring report. So Secretary Boswell.
Yes, I move to accept the monitoring report.
Okay, is there a second? All right, any discussion? All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to accept the monitoring report, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, so next on the agenda are constraints. 4.3 and 5, culture of respect and customer service revisit. So you'll recall that we wanted to kind of bring this back for additional information on our campuses. So tonight's presentation on our constraints has been, it's been recorded actually, and can be found on agenda item 6.2 for all those watching at home. However, our time during this meeting will be an opportunity for trustees to ask any questions of our superintendent and staff. And I did want to mention that because this is a constraint discussion, that actually counts as neutral for LSG purposes, so it doesn't count for us or against us in terms of our 50%. I probably said that the wrong way, but anyway, it's neutral. Before we ask questions, though, we need to confirm that our monitoring report is complete. So does anyone have evidence that the elements of an effective monitoring report are not present? Okay, so excellent. Since we all agree that the required elements are present, we will turn the floor to Superintendent Segura.
Thank you, President Singh, and members of the board. Yes, a video was uploaded for tonight's presentation in advance of the meeting. And for our community's awareness, this was a follow-up to a presentation from about 2 weeks ago, I believe, in which we provided an overview of the panorama survey, but didn't necessarily connect it back to the constraint itself and kind of the things that we're doing. And so here with me, we have Patty Rodriguez, Deputy Superintendent of Teaching, Leading, and Learning. We have Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer of Governmental Relations and Board Services. We have Dr. Angel Wilson, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Schools, and Lakeisha Drinks, Assistant Superintendent of Elementary Schools. And so the team and I are here to answer any questions that you may have over the video that was uploaded onto Board Docs.
All right, trustees, any questions? Any questions? Yes, Secretary Boswell.
I just have one question, which is, I know our scorecard is changing and we won't be using this survey unless something changes dramatically tonight. Won't be using this survey on our scorecard in this way. And my main question is just wondering kind of what you are taking from this that you plan to use in the year ahead. Kind of what are the lessons? I know we won't be having this conversation again, but I would love to know now that we're here this evening talking about it, kind of what are you seeing as the most important points in it, and how will it inform the work going forward?
So one of the important pieces that we've discussed is, and for me that resonates, is the student well-being portion of it. We know that when students feel welcome, when they feel safe, that's part of the learning environment. That's what we believe here in Austin and what we're trying to create for them. And so there were various questions around the student well-being portion. And so that's something that the assistant superintendents and myself have really discussed, and how do we continue that, right? It may not be on a survey, but how do we continue to gather that information from our students and our parents about how they feel welcome, how they feel part of their school community, of their classrooms, and really making it a part of the campus improvement plans, a part of their culture, and then really having discussions about how do we see that? How will it resonate? Because it doesn't always have to be in a survey. How do you capture that a student is really experiencing joy? And so that's something that's super important to us. Students being engaged definitely is also important, but really not losing sight of that. And so what are the systems that should be in place on a campus in order to support student well-being? And it's not something that just falls on a teacher. It's the entire system. So at the district level, what are we doing to support campuses in order to make sure that they are also focusing on student well-being? I don't know if you had some more specifics or some examples.
Yeah, specifically for secondary, what we found in the data was that 7th and 8th grade had the lowest out of the grade levels from 6 to 12 when you think about the school culture piece. And there was a question that was added this year to the panorama data about having a trusted adult on campus. And we noticed that we saw some pretty low percentages or margins with that intel as well. So when we think about, I guess, the dynamics of what we would see on the middle school campus as opposed to a high school campus. I know that with many of our high schools, there are clubs and lots of ways to engage students. I feel like middle school is that middle ground area where the students are finding themselves, and the implications for us are to find more places, clubs, resources, student interest-based activities, and things to connect students at the middle school level, particularly what we are seeing in our 7th and 8th grade numbers. 6th grade is a place where you come in and you have a special group of teachers for the 6th grade students, and there are very intentional resources and even classes that teach about like executive functioning skills and ways to welcome 6th graders and to teach them and show them the ropes to how to be successful in middle school. And then I think in 7th grade and 8th grade, we notice even with our student enrollment data for the district, we notice with discipline, just about every area you're looking at, we see dips in 7th and 8th grade. So those are conversations that we are having now with principals, with campus leaders, and within our school's office to be able to find ways to connect students.
I would say for me, I'm continuing to monitor belonging, not just for students, but also for staff. That's a key piece to retention and retaining our staff. Some of our campuses do administer intermittent surveys on their own, apart from the panorama survey. This is a practice that a number of us picked up through the TIP process. And so I foresee the elementary campuses continuing to informally survey their staff if we don't move to a district survey. Probably not as lengthy of a survey, probably just 4 or 5 overarching questions, because we do gain a lot of information from it. We've been able to restructure our coaching for principals around the feedback that we receive from teachers regarding feedback and observation. That's really key also in retaining your teachers. Like, they have to feel that they're growing under your leadership. And so we take that information, my team does, and then we think about the work that we do with principals. I think the other major piece of learning that we've had is engaging the community once you receive the survey data. We find at campuses where the principals take the data back and unpack it with their team and let's talk about our next steps. We see the staff much more obliged to completing the survey. And then we're also able to operationalize the learning. So those are the takeaways that we'll look to continue to replicate, even though this isn't likely going to be on the next scorecard.
Great. Thank you all for all of that. And Dr. Wilson, I have one follow-up for you for that middle school data that you cited. And I did find it really striking when you dig through it that you've had that really high satisfaction among your 6th graders and that really big drop. And it's such a beautiful image to these excited 6th graders coming into middle school, and then heartbreaking to see that something really big is happening. And I appreciate the clubs and the belonging, and know that, for my own kids, that was central, right, to giving them that sense of belonging that Ms. Drinks was talking about, and really that connection, right, and that community and the relationships that Ms. Rodriguez was talking about. And I wonder if you saw differences in that 7th and 8th grade data in places in our middle schools that do have some of those stronger programs and more options for our students.
I think one of the biggest takeaways, and Ms. Drink spoke about this in the previous presentation, not really specifically to programs and resources, but to relationships that are built. So we saw very strong data with Gus Garcia, YMLA, and also Webb Middle School. And you could speak to the structures and systems and just this whole school approach when it comes to wraparound resources, when it comes to how many positive interactions and social interactions you see between teachers and students in the hallway during those pivotal moments like transition periods, the connections during advisory class, and just the intentionality with adults planning the entire school day and school experience around student interest-based learning. And then one of the biggest pieces, like Ms. Drink said, is people actually see if you are responding to the data. And when talking to principals and talking to teachers and school leaders, they are more apt to take the survey or to respond to anything when they see that the admin team is actually using the data to inform practices. And this relates over to parents as well when taking the survey. Another big thing is if the principal has clear systems in place for administering the survey, monitoring the progress, and then being able to respond to that data, we found that we have stronger results and we have more students participating. So with Gus Garcia Middle School, all students took the survey through their PE class, and it was a really close collaboration between the coaches and the counselors. And then the admin team had systems for monitoring. And we noticed with every other school that had strong student participation rate, there was also a strong action plan and a system that was clearly communicated and followed up with.
Awesome, thank you. I like that, the action plan to follow. That makes sense, because if you know you're going to do something with it, that makes total sense. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. So I think we got all of our questions answered. So good job. The next item.
Do we need to accept this one?
Oh.
Didn't last time?
I think that's right.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So let's go ahead and entertain a motion to accept this board monitoring, this constraint monitoring report.
Yes, I move to accept the constraint monitoring report, and thank you for bringing it back to us.
Yes, appreciate that. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Okay, so we have a motion by Secretary Boswell, second by Trustee Zapata, and all those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. And thanks for the reminder. Okay, so next, we're just getting through the stuff. So next week is a continued discussion on the district scorecard. This is a 5-year scorecard starting with the 24-25 school year. The board is scheduled to vote on the final scorecard, including progress measures and goals during today's meeting. And we're also joined tonight by our LSG coach, Ashley Paz, who also provided feedback to us tonight by email. I think you all may have printouts of that email too. I think. Really, this was really helpful. Ashley has been super helpful in getting and reminding us that the goal progress measures need to sort of meet certain criteria, and so specifically had to be something that was demonstrative of what a student is able to do, knows or is able to do, and is also predictive of the goal, the overall goal. So thank you to our coach for that guidance. Before we hear from the administration, I would like to ask Ashley Paz to share her feedback and just any thoughts that you have on our scorecard. And I think she's joining us by Zoom. Hello.
Hello, good evening. So I'm happy to share my feedback on the scorecard. And the coaching that was shared in the email with you all today really was that reminder that the board's obligation with the scorecard is to develop the goals and the constraints. And then the administration comes in and they develop the goal progress measures and the constraint progress measures. The board really should be the ones who own the process of developing the goals and the constraints, and the superintendent and his administration have to also own that process of developing the progress measures, which is really critical that because the progress measures are how they articulate that they're going to actually achieve the goals. So that's the first thing. The priorities that were shared with me today by Dr. Reach and Dr. Segura, they are really great, and I think that they are going to set this board up for success. The primary feedback was just to make sure that every goal does have a single data point, meaning that so every goal progress measure and goal are single data points. So meaning that we're not adding a bunch of different data points together and calling it something else, that it really is looking at that one singular piece of information that is going to be predictive of whether or not we're likely to achieve the goal. And that really was like the high level feedback that I think is the most critical piece for the board to understand. And then really the next part is just more nuanced. And that is just making sure that everything is worded in that that language of we're going to go from this percent or whatever our baseline is going to be, because some of the goal progress measures and constraint progress measures are going to be this is going to be baseline years for those, so those numbers don't actually exist yet. But it's going from that baseline to whatever that goal target number is. So the actual, you have to state the starting point and the ending point, and then having the date and with both the month and the year that is specific. So that way, when you're actually looking at that data or actually looking at that snapshot every year. So those are my high level pieces of coaching for this. And just in general, I know that this has been a long process. This board has done a whole lot of work around this, and you really have deliberated quite a bit around what these priorities are going to be. And I really think that is a testament to how serious you are taking this work for the community that you represent. And you really have taken to heart that coaching that I provided you so many months ago, that these really are priorities that your community owns at the end of the day. And I think that's, after all of this time, that's something that really is easy to get lost. And so I just want to lift that up, that these really are indicative of what the community said. And through all of the deliberation and all of the work that you all have done, that has been the one kind of shining light through all of this. And so I know that we still have a little bit of work to do, so I want to allow y'all to get to it. I know we've already had a long night already, but I am around for any questions that you all have of me.
Thanks, Ashley. Trustees, do you all have any questions at this point? Yes.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for being with us. I appreciate it. I just have a quick question for you, whether you will let us know kind of the final language if you see a pitfall before we wrap this up tonight. That's part of where we'll get to, correct?
Oh, absolutely. Okay. And earlier I met with, so I've communicated with Dr. Reach, and we have kind of done some of that fine tuning already, so that you shouldn't be looking at anything at this point that isn't in that language already.
Much, because I know we weren't quite there when we met, and I know there's been work going on behind the scenes. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. And thank you for walking through this whole process with us, because it has been long, and I think it reflects a lot of care trying to make sure this comes as close to what we heard from our community as it can. So thank you.
All right. And before y'all start, I wanted to just mention to anyone who's looking for the scorecard, there are several versions of it on Board Docs, but the one that you should be looking at is the one we're voting on is it's called Attachment 1, 2025 to 29 Recommended District Scorecard, updated 6/20/24. So look for the file that has the word recommended in it. All right.
All right, thank you, President Singh. We have Dr. Jacob Reach, Chief Officer, Government Relations and Board Services, and we also have Dr. Jay Brown with us today. The team, as needed, will come up if there are additional questions, but we're going to have Dr. Reach take us through the constraint progress measures and goal progress measures. Jacob.
Thank you, Superintendent Segura, President Singh, and Board of Trustees. So tonight, we really want to focus on three things. We want to review our final language, vote on that scorecard language, and as a reminder, we have XY placeholders for our baselines and our targets. We have realigned all of them based off of Ashley's feedback, which she mentioned, to ensure that it's baseline with a month and a year on all of those. And so all those XYs have months and years. And then we also want to identify and understand any other questions trustees may have why we start setting baselines and targets. And that'll be a conversation that we will bring back in August. So as a bit of background, our goals and GPMs 1 through 3 are focused around our HB3 goals. They also will have not just that overall average in the language, but the individual averages for the subgroups for any that are larger than 10 students. And I'll show an example of that table on the next page. You can also see it for scorecard item 1 and 2 on the recommended scorecard. Constraints themselves do not have data points, they're statements. Our CPMs will show the data points that correspond to those measures. I mentioned the data chart for goal 1, 2, and 3. And so you'll see it very similar to this. It'll show all students at the top, and then we'll look at any of those other student groups that have more than 10 students tested. So this is just another example of it. So now we'll take us through our scorecard goals. Our goal 1 is the percent of third grade students earning meets grade level or above on STAR reading assessment in English or Spanish. We're utilizing the TEA performance standard for meet grade level. So that'll also include master's grade level. So if you're master's, you also meet. Both of those categories indicate a high likelihood of success in future grades. This also helps meet our HB3 requirements. So originally, we had discussed with the board last week, looking at GPMs around students meeting on grade level expectations. And that's what you see on the first slide. Looking at the next one, based off of feedback that we received from the LSG coach, bringing back language that was also what we shared with the board at our meeting in late May and early June, which is the percentage of second grade students scoring in the recommended for intervention level on NWEA MAP reading achievement score proficiency indicator. And we would look at those students who were at the 30th percentile or below in English or 40 percentile below in Spanish and decreasing that amount. Based off of the other feedback that we received from our LSG coach, we are recommending just the single GPM on second grade for literacy. The second grade does provide us a really good estimation of how students are going to do in third grade. And then that percentile rank indicates how the student performed in comparison to students in the national norm sample. And that 30th for English and 40th percentile for Spanish are the guidelines of identifying students for possible need of support that's also aligned with our MTSS work. So our third grade numeracy is the same as what we just discussed, but focused on third grade math. And again, we were originally talking about the GPMs on grade level, but looking again at just the second grade student GPM for numeracy.
For math, the percentile is just 30% for both Spanish and English.
Oh, thank you. And so to clarify from Dr. Brown, math, the percentile is just at 30% altogether. It's not divided up between 30 and 40. And I assume that's also aligned with the best practices of NWEA? Yeah. So our next goal is college and career military readiness. This one hasn't changed since our last couple of meetings. Percentage of annual graduates who demonstrate CCMR by meeting TSI criteria and at least one of the following items: earning an associate's degree concurrent with graduation, enrolling at a post-secondary institution following graduation, earning an industry-based certification, earning a level 1 or level 2 certification. This is closely aligned with the CCMR outcome bonus funding, but we are focused on the number of students who are completing these items. The data for the overall CCMR goal is on a 2-year lag for post-high school. And a big reason for that is because of the monitoring the enrollment in post-secondary institution. And we will use the big set of data for that, similar to what the state uses for the bonus, that looks at lots of different colleges, universities, junior colleges, community colleges, and similar. So our CPM 1 is looking at the percentage of 11th and 12th graders who meet the college readiness standard as assessed by the TSA requirements. So we will look at either meeting it on TSIA, SAT, or ACT. Our 3.2 is looking at the 11th and 12th graders who are eligible for college credit, which means that they're passing one of those courses and they receive the college credit from that partner organization. Could be a dual credit course, could be on-ramps, 3 to 4 on the AP exam, 4 to 7 on an IB exam. And so based off the feedback that we heard from the board last time, we've listed that now in the measure so it's clear what we're looking at. And then our 3.3 is the percentage of 11th and 12th grade students who enroll in courses aligned with their industry-based certification and persist to successful course completion and increasing that level. Our next goal, goal 4, is now we're outside of our HB3 goals and outside of that requirement to look at all students. So our first one, middle school algebra, is the percentage of students identified as economically disadvantaged enrolled in middle school algebra 1 who successfully complete the course by earning course credit and achieving meets grade level or above on the algebra 1 EOC. So just as a reminder, it is that double. They need to both pass the class and get that meets or higher on the EOC for algebra 1. We have 1 GPM for this one, and this will be the percent of 6th grade students identified as economically disadvantaged who enroll in accelerated mathematics and persist to course credit. And this will be part of that build out of work that we need to do that really starts at 5th grade, but there's a lot of work that's going to go on even before 5th grade to prepare those students for 5th grade. But make sure that students are ready early so that they're taking Algebra 1 in 8th grade, or for some students, they'll even take it at 7th grade. And there's even a few who take it at 6th. But we'll see most of them taking it at the 8th grade level. Our 5th goal is another one that we added outside of the HB3. It's on biliteracy, and it's the percentage of graduates who earn a state or district recognition of bilingualism and biliteracy. And we listed out what that could be. That's the Austin ISD Dual Language Seal of Biliteracy, Texas Performance Acknowledgement and Bilingualism and Biliteracy, and Global Seal of Biliteracy, and increasing those levels. And we also included links out to those different potential measurements that could be received that provide a little bit more information on how you receive those. We have a GPM for our biliteracy that's looking at the percentage of 5th grade students enrolled in dual language who earn a proficient level equivalent to level 1 high school credit on that Advent Stamps 4S dual language proficiency assessment. And then our 5.2 is the percentage of 9th through 12th grade students on track in program coursework to earn an Austin ISD seal of biliteracy. I do want to briefly mention, we originally had this as a baseline. This data exists, although we are not directly tracking it at the moment. So we do want to go and see if we can pull data for this year by pulling student schedules. And if we can, we want to provide last year's data so that we're already starting with a baseline. If not, we may come back in August and we will share where we're at on that progress and share on whether we're recommending that that come back to a baseline. But we want to do that work to make sure that if we can accelerate this and start reporting right away, that we can do that. So that is our goals. I'll now move into our constraints. Our constraint number 1 is focused on underserved students, and that's that the superintendent shall not allow campus practices that exclude, disproportionately impact, or fail to support historically underserved student groups. We have 2 CPMs associated with that. The first is the percentage of K through 12 grade students experiencing chronic absenteeism and decreasing that. You've probably seen a lot in the news recently about chronic absenteeism. It's been a big topic for staff. It's been a big topic nationally. And this will allow us to focus on that and how to support those students, support those families to increase that measure. Our second 1.2 is our special education evaluations. The number of pending special education evaluations will be less than the set goals for summer, fall, and spring, and at 0 evaluations exceeding the required evaluation timeline. This is one that we had discussed after we were first notified by TEA that they were looking into special education. And we wanted to ensure that we had strong measures to help us monitor how we're doing with special education. So I just want to acknowledge that we recognize, and we've discussed with our coach, that this does not meet that strict definition of a Lone Star governance goal, but because it was a commitment that we made to TEA, this one will be included on the scorecard through that evaluation timeline, and then we'll look to see how this may be adjusted at that point. Our constraint 2 is caregiver engagement. The superintendent shall not allow families to be without meaningful partnership with their home, campus, and district. Our CPM 2.1 for that is the number of campuses that develop and meet a goal in their campus improvement plan based on the dual capacity building framework for family school partnerships will increase. And we're going to do that one as a baseline. We originally discussed also saying targeted improvement plan. And in the past, we did have situations to where campuses did a targeted improvement plan and not a campus improvement plan. But we have learned that moving forward, all campuses, even those doing a targeted improvement plan, will still need to do a campus improvement plan. And that's why that edit was made here. Our next constraint, constraint 3, the superintendent shall not allow practices that lead to academic disparities within specific student populations. We're focusing on African American students, emergent bilingual students, and students receiving special education services. Our CPM 3.1 will be looking at our advanced academics. That's the percentage of 9th through 12th grade students within specific student populations who will successfully complete an advanced academic course, which we're going to define as a course that's weighted under our policy EIC, and increasing that percentage for those student groups. We, as a reminder, we will report on this as an average of all of those 3 student groups, but when we share this out in our monitoring, we'll be sure to break it down individually by those 3 groups. Our next 3.2 is looking at dual language instruction. It's the number of campuses scoring on track in the language of instruction domain on the locally developed dual language data collection tool rubric during walkthroughs and increasing that from a baseline in 2025. And just a little bit more information on that rubric. It was formalized and piloted this year and will go into effect next year. Is it for all of our dual language campuses? What I thought. For all of our dual language campuses. Our next one or our third for historically marginalized groups is gifted and talented, and it's looking at the representation index between African American students identified as gifted and talented in the total African American student enrollment. So that'll measure what percent, make sure I'm saying this right, what percent of students at that campus are African American and what percent of the total GT population is African American. Is that correct?
So it's a ratio that's approved by TEA and also research-based. That's a ratio of the percent of identified GT students in a specific student population compared to the percent of total enrolled students of a specific student subpopulation. The target is 0.8 in any given subpopulation.
Thank you. Next is our constraint 4, early learning. The superintendent shall not require or support developmentally inappropriate practices or assessments in early childhood through 2nd grade. We have done some revisions to this from when we last met based off of some of the questions we heard and how it could align to our constraint. And through conversation with the team, the administration wanted to bring forward different wording. That is the percentage of early education teachers averaging at least a 3.5 overall observation score on formal observation portion of the instructional practices section of the Professional Pathways for Teachers, or PPFT, appraisal system, and that we will increase that for each year. And that will also allow us to utilize information from NAEYC and some of the other look-for guides around early learning to ensure that those instructional practices are aligned with what we see as best practices for those grades. And then our last constraint, constraint 5, social and emotional learning. The superintendent shall not allow students to lack access to a fully integrated evidence-based system for social and emotional learning and campus mental health supports. Our first one is our SCL measure. The average campus score on indicators 4, 8, and 9, and we added in what those indicators are to the language. Professional learning to strengthen staff expertise, transformative SCL, integrated instruction, and cultural responsiveness. And that'll be on the SCL and CP&I implementation measurement tool. That will go into place next year, so that will increase from a baseline and then increase each year. And this implementation measurement tool is adapted from the Castle's Guide for SCL that we had used in the past. It has been updated and aligned with current practices. And we're excited that that's going to go back into place next year. Our next two are both focused around our disciplinary rate, but our alignment for it is how we hope that our restorative practices are decreasing discipline across our campuses. So we believe that this will help us see that if our restorative practices and other programs we're putting in place are being effective, then that should decrease our disparity rate and our overall disciplinary rate for those exclusionary discipline practices. So we would be looking, 1, at African American students, and 2, at special education services, or students receiving special education services. We felt it was very important to split these out into 2 instead of having 1, because when you average them, it could create some unintended consequences when looking at those results. These are 2 that really need to be split up to understand where we're at. Doing it as an average would not be helpful, even if we were reporting out the other way. So we feel that this will best let us see how we are aligning our restorative practices and that support that we're providing to campuses, and decreasing that disparity rate for those students. So that was a quick overview of our scorecard and our GPMs and CPMs. And just as a reminder, this presentation, along with the scorecard that we are asking the board to review, are attached to both this agenda item and the agenda item for vote, which is item 9.1, I believe, on tonight's consent agenda. Yeah, it's 9.1.
Great. Thank you so much. So, trustees, do y'all have any questions? Yes, Secretary Boswell.
I have some, just clarifying some of the data. I'll start with CPM 3.3 with a question for Dr. Brown. You said the target on that is 0.8, and parity would be a 1. Is that what we're looking at? Parity would be 1 if they were exactly the same. So 0.8 is kind of 80% of the way toward being the same.
So 0.8 is the goal set by TEA for an acceptable amount of disproportionality.
And if it were 1-to-1, it would be more than, it would be a full 1. Okay, just wanted to clarify that was the type of measure we were looking at. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have a question about 3.1. I know we have disparities certainly about advanced academics district-wide and what's offered from campus to campus. I also know that we have a lot of disparity within campuses where things are offered, but there's not equity in who has access or takes advantage of those classes or enrolls in those classes, has information. I know there are lots of different reasons, is prepared to succeed in those. Do we feel like this measure will be able to be predictive of both of those things, and will consider not just district-wide, but kind of within a campus? And my question is kind of, will that expand? Do you feel like it's going to expand options for students district-wide and expand access where the options already exist but aren't being used equitably?
Yeah, I think that I can answer to the second one about the access to options. Yes, it would certainly expand that, because to ensure that we're offering the wide range of courses that students are interested in. As you know, it may not be possible for us to just replicate every class at every campus, but that's not the only way to look to providing students access to those courses. Yes. And one of the biggest roadblocks that we sometimes come up with is, does a class make, right? And we may have an AP course that's available, we may have a teacher who's available to teach it, but we may have a very small number of students who are interested in taking it that could limit that option. And so we as a district need to think about what are other ways to do that. It may not make sense to have a class of 3, but could those 3 students be joining in with a class elsewhere, or could it be combined in other ways? So I definitely, I 100% believe that it would ensure that we are increasing access for students and having to find different ways for students to access a variety of weighted courses. I think for the other part, do you have any?
I think both of those questions to a certain extent speak to how a greater visibility around data can help us explore what implementation practices look like and how we make data-based decisions off of good data. And so what we do with data and how we take those data practices to our academics and our leadership teams and look at what does it look like in high schools, what decisions need to be made, what challenges do we have, and what changes need to be applied. And those are two great examples of how we can look and disaggregate information in order to make positive change.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's very helpful to me. I appreciate both of those answers. Thank you. CPM 1.1 about chronic absenteeism. That is, my understanding is that's a term of art. That's like it means a very specific thing. Can you help clarify exactly what chronic absenteeism, kind of what that threshold is?
Yes. So the threshold is 10% or more of the scheduled school days. So I believe I have this number right. We had 171 school days in this school year. So missing 17 days or more, you would be considered chronically absent.
And so it's...
And we actually break it down by semester, so which is probably important to mention. Yeah. So as soon as you hit that 9 in semester 1, that is already flagged for chronic absenteeism.
Okay, so you're prorating it through the year by looking at semester.
That's correct. We don't wait until a student is at that 17 action is done before that point.
Okay, and so that's something we'll be able to monitor multiple times a year and track early before it hits that threshold.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the research that we're seeing right now is how you support students up front. It's not helpful to wait till a student is chronically absent and then say, why are you not showing up? We're gonna document this and we're gonna, talk about truancy. Like, that's not the correct way to support the student. It's looking at it early and understanding what is it that may be causing a concern or some unintended roadblock, and how can we help support students for that? Because many times we may find that it's something that the campus could sometimes help those students with, and how can we help address either that behavior or that need or whatever it may be up front. You don't want to wait till a student is chronically absent to address.
Okay, thank you. And the semester information is helpful. Thank you. And I know, Dr. Reach, you mentioned that we had probably been reading about chronic absenteeism, and I think a lot of us have, and I think it's been illuminating to me in reading the studies and a lot of the articles out there that many students are absent a few days and a few students are absent many, many days. Yeah. And so I appreciate kind of looking at our absenteeism both ways and having that depth and catching the students who are really, really deeply at risk. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And having the chance to catch it before we're at that 17, before it's already there. Thank you. Goal 4.1, I know as we have looked at it, we had mentioned the information. I had asked about the information about how many students are starting algebra and dropping out in the middle of the year. And we had that policy discussion a few years ago about, it was kind of a shocking number, and whether we need to look at a policy change. And so I'm wondering if you have those numbers and if you have thoughts about what you might recommend to us to make this not a problem.
So Ms. Hanshin did pull those numbers for me, and they're sitting on my desk.
Okay.
So I apologize, I don't have them here in front of me, but we can share that with trustees. It is surprising of the number, and it does seem like there are two reasons on what, there's probably a lot of reasons, but there's two reasons that we really believe could be a major cause of students not continuing with Algebra 1 in 8th grade. The first is that the student may not be doing as well as expected. And instead of having a student, if we know they're not going to receive the course credit, would it make more sense to put them in an advanced 8th grade course instead, give them that extra support so they'll be successful in 9th grade? And I think that there's a lot of benefit for that. We want to make sure we're doing it with telling the student about these options, telling the parent, making sure we're making a decision together that that's the best bet. I think the other one that we find that's probably more of an unintended consequence is because Austin ISD has chosen to allow middle school high school credits that are taken as middle school to count towards a student's rank GPA. We find that some students who feel, well, I'm doing okay in this class, but I'm going to get a B or I'm going to get a low A, and I don't want that lower GPA towards my rank GPA. And so they may drop the course, and that's where we see students who are doing very well, but dropping the course for some reason. And I think that that may be an unintended consequence that we need to discuss through our policy. We have long discussed whether what is the best thing to consider when looking at our high school courses at the middle school level. We're not the only district who does this, but it probably is true that we're in the minority of districts who count high school courses taken at the middle school level. So thinking through that and trying to think, are there other ways that we could address that instead of students just dropping a course when they're already doing well in the course? We want them to complete it if they're doing well.
Okay, so will you be considering a policy recommendation to bring to us in August that would apply for this school year? Or are we looking at a year of maybe those unintended consequences before we can make that fix if it's necessary? Do you have a sense of that yet?
I don't. One thing that I will mention when we talk about our ranked GPA is we always want to make those decisions so it affects students before they have the option of starting to earn that ranked GPA. So in other words, if we were to put it in place now, it would apply to next year's 7th and 8th grade students, or 6th for the small number of kids who happen to take it in 6th grade. So we do want to think through that and understand that timing. We also want to make sure that we're working with some of our middle school counselors, probably some of our high school counselors, to get some good feedback on that. And I know that in the past when we've discussed ranked GPA, we've gotten good feedback from families as well. And so also trying to understand what information have we heard from our families, what other information do we need to consider. I would just share, there was an intentional reason on why the policy was changed in the first place. And while I was not here when that policy was changed, I was lucky enough to work with a lot of the people who were, and they shared that one of the things that they wanted to address was a large number of students who were taking high school Spanish courses in middle school and were doing quite well. And they were taking Spanish 1 and 2, and then they may only take Spanish 3 in high school. They may not keep going on. And so they were missing out on those GPAs that they did very well in, and they wanted to be part of their ranked GPA. And it was actually done to help support those students. Yeah. So I don't want to just stop it without understanding, well, what else do we need to consider with it? Because it's not just the advanced math courses that are happening at middle school. It's also a lot of foreign language courses.
Sure. Okay, thank you. That's helpful to me. So it sounds like it may require a year to do it thoughtfully and well.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Okay, and then one final question on GPM 1.1 and 2.1. Again, looking, our coaching has been that we're supposed to approve it if we think it's a reliable predictor of achieving the goals. I know with the MAP testing, there have been some questions along the way about students testing in Spanish and at which grades that was reliably predictable, which grades MAP supported that. Can you help me understand, since we're looking at the second graders, how the Spanish language testing factors into both of those? I see that you have different, you discussed, Dr. Brown, the 30 and 40% on the reading, 30% across the board on the math, with the distinction between students testing in Spanish and English in GPM 1.1. So I would just love to understand how that plays in and whether we feel like that problem's been solved.
Yeah, so in 2021, NWEA did a benchmark assessment on their percentile rank, so their achievement percentile rank scoring. So this is different than some of the variables that y'all have been looking at for your scorecard in the past. This is something that the focus groups brought to attention, that's something that is meaningful in the early grades, as it really speaks to what will be looked at for what we're looking at for MTSS. NWA looked at it from it's the achievement percentile rank for kind of what a student looks like in comparison to all students taking the NWA test, which there's so many students taking this test, we can put students on a normal curve and we can see where are students placed in this area. And because of that, in both the English and the Spanish test, they can place students on a curve and say, predictably, this set of students based on this cut point, this percentile cut point, we can say that these students that fall this point and below may need to be assessed for additional interventions. And in English, they found that predictably at the 30th percentile and below, these students you should be taking a look at. In Spanish, because the Spanish test does differ from the English test, when they ran their analysis, they found that the percentile ranks differed slightly. It became 30th and 40th percentile. In the math test, the percentile ranks were similar, so it's 30th and 30th. But there's a whole set of psychometrics that are behind it. There's a linked report that y'all can read if you want to get real nerdy on a Thursday or Friday night. So there's valid and reliable data to back this up. And it also aligns with what a teacher can use in their classroom to understand where are my kids at? How can I use this information to look at where my students are and how I can help them kind of achieve if they're struggling, if they're meeting expectations, if I need to kind of look at their information and provide enrichment. Principals can use this information to understand where are my classrooms at, where can I allocate resources, and district individuals can utilize this information to understand where are all my people at, and how can I better allocate resources, and how can I see where schools are at an individual time, and how can I target resources in one area to a next. So this is one case where we can use great, really valid data at any given time, because the scores change, the RIT scores are different between beginning, middle, and end of year, to really see at this time point where are our kids at this time point where are our kids at this time point where are our kids going.
Thank you. That was extremely helpful. So this is distinct from MAP growth. We're picking a different measure that's used with our students in a very different way and identifying. Okay, that is extremely helpful. Thank you. And thank you for explaining the predictability, why it's different from that star predictability with the Spanish. That's very valuable to hear.
Different variable, and it also aligns, it's our screener measure that we're using to kind of understand where our students are at and how should we align our resources accordingly.
And the screener is the one, we have to have a screener according to everyone in the state has to have a screener, and this is the screener we choose. So we're not adding an extra test. We're doing something we would have to do anyway. So that is helpful to hear. Thank you.
Using the appropriate variable for students that our teachers can understand and utilize in their classrooms.
Appropriate, understandable, usable, these are all good words. So, and that makes me confident then that you brought us something predictable. Thank you. And thank you. I really appreciate the link to the study. I think we have some nerds on our board who really enjoy that kind of thing. And we know we do in the administration too. So it's nerdiness for good. So thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate it.
Definite nerds. Love it. Trustees, any other questions? All right. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. Okay, so we are going to move to the consent agenda. So trustees, are there any consent items anyone would like to pull for a separate vote?
I have one for discussion, but I don't have to pull it, right?
You don't have to pull it, no. All right, so Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to approve the consent agenda.
All right.
And do I go through all of them?
You do.
I do. I move to approve items 8.1 to 8.3, items 9.1 to 9.11, items 10.1 through 10.5, items 11.1 through 11.7, items 12.1 to 12.3, items 13.1 through 13.5.
Okay, great. Is there a second?
Second.
Trustees, is there any discussion on any of these consent items?
I have discussion on two of them. The TASB proposed legislative resolutions. We had a constituent reach out and make a suggestion under the one about not having STAR testing after the first Seder during Passover, and suggesting that the word celebration for people who are not familiar with Passover makes a really significant holiday sound maybe less weighty than it is, and maybe to choose ceremony or observance, I think was maybe the word that was suggested, and maybe we should choose a different word for that. So I wanted to just put that out there as a possibility.
Thank you. All right. And was there anything
And
else?
my second one, yes, was in response to, and I see that Ms. Butts is here. The second one was in response to our testimony today that suggested adding a dollar figure to our call to increase the basic allotment to the state, to the national average by a certain date. The person who testified suggested $200. I know a lot of different numbers have been used during the legislative session. I know we used perhaps $4,300 is what it would take to get to the national average. I think everyone knows that's not going to happen tomorrow. I think people had proposed maybe $1,100 or $1,400 as getting to the state average, restoring basically the buying power of our dollars as of 2019, the last time the legislature increased that basic allotment, and just wondering if there's any guidance on whether we should leave it as is or pick a dollar figure, not knowing where things will be and where the legislature might land. I don't want to undershoot if the legislature is willing to go there. So if it's better to leave it and then choose the details of our advocacy when we get there. Would love to know if there's guidance on that.
The reason, good evening, or good morning. No, it's not morning yet. One of the reasons that we have not put a dollar amount is because, say, for example, we suggested a dollar amount of $1,000. And the legislature, there's a bill that's $900. Does that mean that we're not going to support $900 because we put $1,000 in our priorities? So that's the reason that we have left it open-ended.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Hunter.
Discussion on item 13.2, naming of the East Side Early College High School room B123. I just have a quick prepared, if that's okay. Thank you. The CAC at East Side Early College High School has voted and agreed to rename room B123 after Coach Brian Williams Johnson, a native Austinite, a graduate of Lanier, who went on to attend the University of Texas at Austin. And it said that the coach saw kindness and humanity in every person to whom he spoke. He never met a stranger. Excuse me. That he had a passion for education that ran deep within his family. His educational career was concluded at Eastside Early College High School, always showing care and concern for his players and students. He was a constant encourager to his students, always wanting them to know he was there to see and love them for who they are and for what he knew they could be. And renaming B123 will continue to be an encouragement to the faculty, staff, and all the visitors of Eastside Early College High School.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Okay, were there any other discussion?
On that one, or?
In general?
Yeah, so I kind of had a procedural goof in that there is an item I would like to abstain from, item 10.1. So I don't know procedurally how to unring the bell.
Christine, can we?
So he can either abstain from the entire vote, or you could move to amend the vote to approve the consent agenda to exclude that one.
Okay.
And then there'd have to be a vote on that proposed amendment, and assuming it passes, then the motion is amended, so it excludes 10.1, and then a separate vote could be taken.
So I would move to amend what we just approved, or what we just put, we didn't vote, but.
Move to amend the motion, so she, read all the sections.
So I'd like to move to amend a motion to exclude 10.1 from the consent.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to remove 10.1, which is the approval of the 24-25 service agreement for the Austin ISD Family Resource Centers. A second by Trustee Zapata. Any discussion on that?
Yes.
Yes.
I just, for those who are watching to understand that Trustee Foster's not pulling it, it should have already been pulled before we got here. So I know that that's not our practice to pull from the dais. I want everyone to understand that's not actually happening. We're correcting something that should have already been done.
That's right. Thank you. All right, so all those in favor of amending the consent agenda to remove item 10.1 for separate vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. And so now we revert back to.
So now you go back to the original motion, so you're
Okay.
ready to vote on the consent agenda.
Okay, so, great, thank you. Okay, so now we are ready to vote on the consent agenda.
And I would like to amend that motion to approve the consent agenda with the one change of language in.
Oh, yes.
In item, and Christine, let me know if I'm doing this correctly. In item 9.3, the TASB proposed legislative resolutions in preparation for the 89th legislative session. Move to approve the consent agenda with the one change of the word celebration on page 8 to observance.
So are you moving to amend the motion, or are you moving to approve the consent agenda as amended with an additional amendment?
I'm moving to approve the consent agenda as amended with an additional amendment to change the language on page 8 to observance.
And what item number was that again?
That's 9.3.
9.3, okay. And then do we have a second?
Second.
Did we need a second for that?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. Okay, so is there any discussion? All right, so now we are moving to approve the consent agenda, and based on our previous vote, that means it excludes item 10.1. And per what Secretary Boswell just, her amendment was to item 9.3 and change the word celebrate to observe, right? Celebration to observance.
Celebrations to observance.
Yes, thank you. So, a motion by Secretary Boswell, second by Trustee Zapata. Any discussion? Thank goodness. Okay. All those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Okay, now, thank you all. We approved our budget and scorecard. Yay! Okay. I think that deserves a little round of applause. That was a huge feat, y'all.
My birthday.
Oh, yes, happy birthday. That's right. And now we will move to the abstention items for separate vote. Or actually, no. We're going to vote on the items. Oh, yeah, abstention items for separate vote, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right, and just include 10.1.
Okay. So do we have a motion to abstain for the abstention items for separate vote?
So I would call for a motion on 10.1 first and then do 14 second, two separate.
Okay, so let's do, okay, so first we'll do abstention item for separate vote, which related to 10.1. So Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion on that?
Yes, I move to approve item 10.1, approval of the 2024-2025 service agreement for the Austin ISD Family Resource Centers.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, is there any discussion on that? Okay, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve item 10.1. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. Okay, those opposed and those abstaining. Okay, the motion passes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor and 1 abstention. Thank y'all. And now we'll move to item 14.1. Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion for 14.1?
Yes, I move to approve item 14.1, which has a very long title, Approval of an Educational Experience Affiliation Agreement and Program Agreement with the University of Texas at Austin for student clinical and educational experience for speech, language, and hearing sciences students.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second. All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell, a second by Trustee Zapata. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed, those abstaining. All right, the motion, wait, were you abstaining, Christine? Okay, all right. The motion passes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor and 1 abstention. Okay, now we go to items for separate vote. So Secretary Boswell, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move to approve item 15.1, consultation agreement, employee compensation.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to pass item 15.1, consultation agreement. All those, is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Now 15.2. Oh, wait, this is the budget. Sorry, we clapped too soon.
Now we passed the budget.
We haven't passed yet.
I know. Okay, let's hope I was right. Okay.
All right. Here we go. I move to approve item 15.2, adoption of the 2024-2025 proposed general fund, food service, and debt service budgets.
Do we have a second? Second. All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the budget. Is there any discussion? Oh my gosh, yes. All those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Yes. That's awesome. Okay, so at this point, we will now adjourn. We'll recess the open, not adjourn, I take that back. We will now recess the open meeting at 11:40 p.m. and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, 551.0821, and 551.071. When we are finished with the executive session, we'll briefly return to the open session to formally adjourn the meeting. So the adjournment will be recorded and be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. So thank you for joining us and have a great evening. Thanks.
I think this program really benefits the students because it gives them the hands-on experience that they need that's more like an actual job versus just sitting in a classroom. So it's giving them really relevant experience that they need for the workforce for whenever they graduate.
It allowed me opportunities of networking, not just with city officials and other city departments, but with organizations outside of the city, such as the Nature Conservancy. Out of high school, I interned with them for a summer doing different database information collection for them, specifically along Waller Creek, and specifically in partnership with like Waterloo Greenway Conservancy. And so I would say it's helped me grow professionally. I've gained so many skills just as being a park ranger, especially here in the city.
They teach me about wildlife and take care of it when I see something, or and it gives me a job too, so it's benefit for each way.
February is National Career Technology Education Month. Career Technology Education, CTE, allows students like us to explore career paths outside of the standard curriculum while providing realistic hands-on opportunities that lead to professional certifications and licensing. Through our experience at CTE programs, we've been able to explore our identities and find the environments we work best in. These courses are designed to make students college and career ready by preparing us with skills necessary to join the workforce. Austin ISD offers over 90 CTE courses in the district, giving students the true opportunity to flourish. Come join us. Find your seat in Austin ISD.